What's going on, Conscious Crew? Your favorite breakdown commentator. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, please go ahead and thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification systems. When you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious Crew member and telling them to get their black asses in the sanctuary. So whether you're part of the replay gang, or you're active with me in real time, or you are a Bush baby, please run a like. We need all of those things. YouTube actually is literally doing some new things to its systems. Some things are definitely affecting all creators, small, big, mid, alike. We'll probably get into that discussion before the week is out. Policies are changing, etc. It's a lot going on, child. All right. So we need all the help we can get over here on the platform. So run me those likes. You guys did awesome on the likes in our previous live stream. So continue to hit that thumbs up. And moderators, please encourage everyone to thumbs up the video throughout the stream because, yeah, we need all of that. Also, if you love everything that the King does here on the platform, you can always donate to the platform at $Consciouztv on Cash App and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv. Conscious spelled with the Z on the end, just like it is here on the platform. All donation information and social media handles are in fact in the description box below. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be a YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you in fact lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What is going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Thursday. Hope you guys are doing well. Let me speak to the crew who's in the building. Everybody, please thumbs up the video. We have quite a bit to get into, honey. Hopefully, my computer will hold the hell up, honey, because I got like 1 trillion tabs set up. And we got to go through all of them because there have been so many developments and so many things surrounding the recent assassination of political pundit and activist Charlie Kirk, who you guys know was unalived on yesterday at a Utah speaking engagement that nobody at the campus wanted him at. The students had already sounded off on campus about not being interested. Charlie has this philosophy of talking to people who are on the opposite end of discussions and who have a difference of opinion. The issue with that is that that's not really what Charlie has been doing. He's not literally interested in sitting down, hearing people out, and being willing to improve his own thinking and perspective. He's only wanting to sit in front of people to rage bait them and to practically win. That is not a genuine discussion. That is not an approach to a genuine discussion. True discussions involve both parties humbly listening to each other, challenging each other on the facts, and having the humility to actually acquiesce if someone provides a historical fact, a scientific one, or has a better perspective or idea or philosophy than you. Being able to say in an open debate, you got me there. I can get with that. You just taught me something. That's something we never see in all of these people who just want to have the conversation. They don't want to have a conversation. The conversation is one-sided. The conversation is gaslighting. The conversation is about indoctrinating, and it just pretty much gives these extremists the opportunity to evangelize. They're interested in conversion, not dialogue. Okay? So that ain't been working out too well for Charlie, because he's ended up on a radar, and as a result, somebody took his ass off that radar, and there have been developments on that front. We're going to get into it. All right. But before we do so, let me speak to the Conscious crew. What is going on, Carolyn? Hey. Andromeda, hi. What's going on, Valerie? Good night, boo. Hey, Room is in T. What's going on, Bed-Stuy? What's going on, Tamika? Happy to see you guys here. What's going on? Listen to the animal scream. Shame on you. Hi. Hey, Queen Be More. What's going on, PD? Hi, Linda. What's going on? Yep, I said it. Hey, Judge Shady Court. Hey, boo. What's going on, Spiritual Read? What's going on, everyone? Hi. Web Tay, looking fly as usual. Thank you so much. What's going on? Is it Kimbo Jim? Hey, boo. Y'all know I'm blind as a bat, okay? So I be struggling. What's going on, my Joshua? Hey, baby father. What's going on, Nanny? Hey, y'all. Once again, everybody, please thumbs up the video. So we got to pick up where we left off at. You guys know that we were live yesterday for 8 whole hours. Girl, I slept most of the damn day. I didn't even think I was going to get up here and entertain you guys with my presence and commentary. But as the good Lord would have it, baby, I got a full tank of gas up in me. And of course, the algorithm has been on fire all day long, following out everything that is happening around Charlie Kirk's death. Okay. Now, I don't know how much commentary I'm going to have, because there's so much content that I have to show you guys. And I really don't have anything new to really say that already wasn't said in the longest, most passionate, most nuanced, detailed way in yesterday's 8-hour live stream. So for those of you who want like a full unpacking of my mind, and you also want to hear from other Conscious crew members, definitely check out yesterday's 8-hour marathon. It was definitely a legendary town hall meeting, and we even had newcomers to the platform, such as our Sue Taylor, who was live streaming with us out of Australia. Okay, so we was able to get perspective. Uh-oh, I'm freezing. Okay. I was frozen. At first, I was afraid. I was petrified. Am I allowed live in color, you guys? Because we got some glitching going on. It's probably my computer, because like I said, bitch, my computer is overwhelmed right now, girl. Like, she needs a pep smear bad, because there's all type of junk I have stored up on the computerations. You guys can see me. I'm okay. I'm cool. Good. Give me a 1 for good, because I'm not sure what y'all saying yes to. 1 for good, 2 for bad, or 1 for working well, 2 for glitch. 1? Okay, all right, we good. Okay, cool. So, where was I? We also had people from Belize, baby. Everybody was popping up everywhere, girl. So, Conscious crew are international superstars. So shout out to the entire world, girl, for tuning in to the Consciouztv platform. The algorithm was algorithming on yesterday. So shout out to Raggedy YouTube for doing their damn job as well. What's going on, the Ultimate TV? Hey, Jessica. Hey, you all. What's going on, Chicken? Hey, everybody. All right, so let's get into some things. We got to pick up exactly where the algorithm left off on yesterday, girl. We have got to get into this. Now, y'all thought I was joking. And I don't know why y'all thought I was joking, because one thing I will do is I will tell you a joke, baby. With CTV will never tell you a intentional lie. Okay? There's been some metaphysics applied to what is taking place with Mr. Kirk. hold on. There was an assembly of witches who galvanized around putting a hex or a death spell on Charlie Kirk, you guys. So let me see if this will work. Are you serious? Oh my God, oh, wait a minute. This is Chrome. Wait a minute. I was getting overexcited for no reason. Hey Dovey, hey Boo, hey Lee, hey y'all. So some witches apparently got together. We had no idea, and they hexed Charlie Kirk 2 days before his assassination. What's going on, Lakia? Check this out. A post from a few days ago is going viral after Charlie Kirk's death from an account called Jezebel, who said that we paid some ecstasy witches to curse Charlie Kirk. All right. Now, there was an entire assembly. Hold on. Of individuals who were going crazy over this. People who actually follow the Jezebel community, etc. I don't know a lot about this community. I don't know if this is a online coven of witches and spiritualists, etc., girl. But they had people going nuts. Like, people wanted the phone number of the particular spiritualist girl who were paid to do this spiritual work. Now, Ultraviolet says that the article was released on the 8th, but they stated that they did this hex back in August. All right, so this was a spell that was casted upon Charlie Kirk just last month, and now this man is no longer here. Now, remember, a few months ago, I told you guys that, oh God, let me be careful with the way I speak, baby. I shared something with you guys. And some of you guys thought I was joking, and I'm not. I told you guys that I am a part of a small coven of spiritualists who are doing some work on the head of the snake. We've been seeing some interesting progress on that front, because now we have news that the head may have had a stroke. The head, mouth, and face is droopy. We know that there's been a corrosion, a skin corrosion happening on the hand. There are people who are saying as well that the head is giving signs of dementia, etc. So we're seeing progress on some of these metaphysical and psychic attacks that we've been utilizing through some of these half moons, full moons, blood moons, some of these retrogrades, etc. And unfortunately, you know, it's an exciting time. And I have to use excitement and unfortunate in the same sentence, because nobody wants to have to do this. But there is no way in the world that the Avengers and the light workers of the earth are going to sit back and allow this demonic administration to just seize control and do whatever it is they want and destroy people's lives. Some of us it would be over our deceased body before that happens. So you have light workers of all kind who are putting forth the resources they have in order to challenge everything that's taking place right now, whether that's grassroots activists, whether those are community organizers, whether those are witches, prayer warriors, Christian mystics, etc., baby. I don't know what y'all doing, but over here, we're working. And there are already fortune tellers and mediums and psychics who are predicting that the head won't make it through this full term. I wouldn't be surprised by that because there's a lot of work being done in the ethers to slow Thanos ass down. And it's not just the head that have been put in those little boxes that are going into the back of the refrigerator and that are being buried in cemeteries and that are being buried on sacred land. There's other powerful authoritarian figures who are also a part of that motherfucking roundup, because we know that the head is a part of an entire body. So when I shared that with you guys a few months ago, girl, that the spiritualists and the sorcerers and the metaphysicians, that we were moving, y'all were like, who my ass? Who my ass? Is up, baby. And if you got any power and any infinity stone to throw toward what's happening, bitch, you better throw it, because time is a motherfucking tick-tocking, okay? 70+% of Project 2025 has already been fulfilled. Democracy pretty much has took a 20% more to go before it's completely dominated and destroyed. And people are expecting to literally lose their life and die under this administration. The people who are going to be losing healthcare, there are not, I know people whose 90-year-old grandmothers and parents who have already lost their Social Security and their benefits due to what Trump is doing. We have old folks' homes that are closing, nursing homes that are closing, hospitals that are closing. We have health professionals who are crying out. You guys see everything going on with the CDC and the FDA, etc. We have a resurgence of Carisha-19, but now they've made it harder for people to get these problematic ass jabs, which once again are a whole issue in and of itself. There's new variants upon the land. Inflation is up. We have more unemployed people in the country than we do available jobs. The country is being turned upside down. So this is not a laughing matter. People are already experiencing the loss. Small businesses are already closing and collapsing under Trump's tariffs. And this is only the beginning of the mayhem, from the political violence to the destruction of society and the culture. Girl, we're going to be lucid through this nightmare. We're going to be wide awake through this open heart, open brain surgery. Because like all apocalyptic manifestations within a society, there's always opportunity for rebirth. But rarely do the people take the opportunity to become transformed through destruction. And according to the doomsday clock, according to historians, America was already long overdue for a societal and social collapse. Trump is one of those fixed objects that are being used, or one of those alleged fixed objects being used, him and his regime, to bring America to its alleged fate. We already know that mass looting has been quadrupled at this point. I think we used to average at 200. Then it was 400. Now it's damn near 700 mass lootings a fucking year. And ironically, one of the biggest anti-COON reformists had his life claimed by COON violence. Shit gonna get real spooky. I told you guys in yesterday's live stream, the divine feminine is mad as hell. She's coming to wreck shop. And this is not the time, baby, to be sowing from destructive ass energy, because she want all the motherfucking smoke, and anybody who needs that work is going to get it. So back to these witches, all right? These witches did this work on Charlie Kirk in August, and now Charlie Kirk is with the Lord, okay? Make matters even more interesting, they had to remove the post due to legal advice from their attorneys. You guys know that this administration is very retaliatory. They're very petty. They've been attacking the media. They've been suing motherfucking networks in order to control the narrative. So apparently, the Jezebel community, its authors and owners and creators sought legal advice, and that legal advice resulted in them taking their initial post down so that they could avoid petty penalty from either Charlie Kirk's family or Donald Trump's maniacal ass administration, because despite this administration preaching free speech, it's only them who wants the luxury of free speech. None of us get to have it. Okay, so check out this update from To the Jezebel Charlie Kirk story. All right, editor's note. On Monday, September the 8th, we published the humorous piece titled "We Paid Some Ecstasy Witches to Curse Charlie Kirk." The piece was intended as satire and made absolutely clear that we wish no physical harm. We stand by every word. This is good lawyering, girl. But in light of wins, because, you know, defamation and all of that, you have to establish, girl, we meant no harm. There was just a big cackle, even if you was dead or serious, you know, that, you know, we have no malicious intent, even though you absolutely motherfucking do. But this is how you cover your ass, okay? Because when it comes to defamation and pain and suffering cases and shit, you want to go about things in a way where you establish that, you know, this is for just for shits and giggles, girl. So good lawyering here, Jezebel. But in light of Wednesday's events and on recommendation of our lawyers, we have removed the text. Now, here's how you know the Jezebel is full of shit, right? Because if that was the case, they would have never took it down. If they had established that it was alleged satire and that there's nothing serious to see here, they would have not been susceptible to any civil penalty, because they've covered all of their groundwork here. They took it down anyway. But in light of Wednesday's events and on the recommendation of our lawyers, we have removed the text. To be clear, this decision was driven by an abundance of caution for our staff and to avoid the piece being misused in a tense and volatile environment, not by a change in our editorial judgment. We may republish at a later date, but out of compassion for the victim's family, we want to make clear that we prioritize an end to violence over anyone wanting to read about ETS witches. Now get into this motherfucking comment section, you guys. I was hooting and hollering at some of these comments, okay? One person said, seems like it worked. Jennifer says, 2-day turnaround is some rare customer service, okay? Another user says, literally ran over here to check the comments because, oh my God, who was the witch? Give me her number. We have work to do, girl. And it goes on and on and on and on, you guys. So, look, I'm not going to claim satire because we dead ass serious. And while we don't have no malicious intent, what our intent is to truly protect the innocent and to protect decent American values and human rights. And look, the thing about being a witch and yielding to magical, supernatural, occultic, or paranormal resources is that the practitioner can only petition the spirit. Ultimately, spirit decides what the outcome is. And that's the case with all prayer work, the case with all spell work, the case with all curses, is that it's just a request. And the better you are as a metaphysician, the more potent your methodologies are as a mystic. All that just means is the better the petition. It's like the difference between a proposal written up by a fifth grader versus a high premium AI chat GPT written up proposal. Okay? All a spell, a curse, and or a prayer is a proposal. If you are a skilled metaphysician and your method is potent, all it is a high grade proposal. It's a thorough proposal, a very profoundly persuasive proposal. But all it is, in fact, is a proposal. Ultimately, the powers that be decide. So, no witch, no prayer warrior, no wizard, no sorcerer, no mystic, no occultic, no Freemason has ever harmed or unalived anyone through magical means. Technically, the spirit did it. All we do is propose. All we do is send proposals. And from there, as the old saying goes, baby, it's above me now. Literally. It's above me now. Okay? So, shout out to the witches. Keep using that lunar energy. Keep using that solar energy, girl. Keep using those African religious systems. Keep stabbing the hell out of those goddamn voodoo dolls. Keep trapping holes in mirror boxes. And keep throwing that legendary hot foot powder on these demonic forces and run their asses up out of here, baby. Because if they coming for us, bitch, we certainly are going to meet them halfway, and we're definitely not going to take any of this buffoonery laying the down. I know that me and mine ain't. Okay? Now, on to the next Run those likes all the way up, you guys. You see how slow my computer is moving, y'all? Because I got y'all see do y'all see the tabs? Look at all those tabs up there. Y'all see all those little pink icons at the top here? That's what's slowing down my damn computer. Okay. Amanda Seals, who has been out here, girl, in her Rosa Parks bag, honey, challenging Republicans and right-wing extremists, and going directly into the eye of the storm on Jubilee and taking on all these frail weirdos, grabbing them right by the cooker, girl. Well, Amanda Seals is wanting still all the damn smoke. She recently spoke out about the Charlie Kirk death and refuses, apparently, to show empathy after learning that he'd been fatally outed in Utah. Check out what Amanda Seals had to say, child. Oh, it's no sound. Thank you. Okay, see, when I got on tabs up, it don't. I got to do it one by one. Okay, let me do one by one. I'm so sorry, y'all. Thank you. See, Spirit told me to look up. Okay, let's go back. Here's Amanda Seals.
I can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk. First of all, Charlie Kirk don't believe in empathy. He said it's a bad thing. He said it's some new age made up shit. He also said people got to be sacrificed in order to protect guns. If he was saying that while fighting for reparations, I may have a little bit of empathy. But this white on white violence, he died? Damn, B. Life comes at you fast.
Okay, shout out to my baby mother Lakia for a nasty piece of child support check. Says, for much love, baby father. Thank you, baby mother. You guys know all donation information is in the description box below, and we are working, y'all. Okay, so please show some love on the thumbs up, on the shares, and yeah, don't hesitate to hit that PayPal and or that Cash App. All links are in the description box below. So what Amanda Seals, and she's not done yet, is responding to is in a 2022 episode of the Charlie Kirk Show, Kirk discussed how former U.S. President Bill Clinton used empathy and sympathy as a political strategy. And in aside, Kirk went off on the term empathy and said this: I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up new age term that does a lot of damage. That's what Kirk had to say about empathy. The very empathy that Carlissa Shields and Dr. Umar are wanting, particularly minority people and people of color and Black and brown people, to have for someone who was interested in putting all of their asses back in the cotton field and redecorating Mass's house. Check out what he said audibly.
And so there's some really good polling out of Alaska that shows that Kelly Shabaka is gaining on Lisa Murkowski and is in a very, very good position despite the unconstitutional, immoral, incredibly complicated rank choice voting system. Never should have been approved. It's silly. It's backwards. It's rigged. It's awful. So the new communication strategy for Democrats, now that their polling advantage is collapsing in every single state, it's collapsing in Ohio, it's collapsing even in Arizona. It is now a race where Blake Masters is in striking distance. Kerry Lake is doing very, very well. The new communication strategy is not to do what Bill Clinton used to do, where he would say, I feel your pain. Instead, it is to say, you're actually not in pain. So let's just a very short clip. Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up new age term that it does a lot of damage, but it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy.
Okay. Now, he said the word empathy is effective in politics, something that the far right are utilizing right now in response to not the celebration of Kirk's death from the left, but just the indifference. Most people are just not crying about this, and most people are just not going to bed upset about this on the left. They're not per se celebrating. They're not throwing parties. They just don't give a damn one way or the other. And why should they, when this is someone who was not remotely interested in improving the quality of any of their lives? And if anything, let's really talk about the reality of it. People who spew divisive rhetoric, whether that rhetoric is composed of racism, sexism, xenophobia, homophobia, queerphobia, transphobia, actually inadvertently endangers other people. there should really be no place in this country for discussions and debates around human decency and people's identity. What's getting America in trouble is the fact that we keep debating and thinking that people's humanity is up for debate. And that's why shit is going completely left in this country. We actually think we have the luxury of debating people's humanity, which your sex and gender is a part of your humanity. Your ethnicity is a part of your humanity. Your skin color is a part of your humanity. The condition of your biological body, whether you are disabled, etc., is a part of your humanity. And as a country, we think that people's humanity is up for debate, and then wonder why people have started putting a cap in people's heads. How many more mass shootings, school shootings, assassinations? Because as the Charlie Kirk drama was playing out yesterday, we had a mass school shooting in Colorado, and then turned around today on September 11th and had another mass shooting on a naval campus. People severely injured. How much more is it going to take for us as a collective in this particular Western matrix to accept that people's humanity cannot be up for debate? It cannot. Because it is coming with severe and dire and fatal consequence. It's not up for debate. It never has been. And if we continue to think that this is a luxury and a privilege and a right, not only are we going to run the risk of paying for it when we're sitting in damn Applebee's and somebody decides that somebody got to die today, or when we're at some festival shaking our ass and somebody decides somebody got to die today, or when, hell, you get on a goddamn bus just to get home after work or from the bar and somebody decides somebody got to die to motherfucking day. Not only are we at risk for paying for this alleged right, this alleged constitutional right, but our children, more importantly, the most vulnerable, unprotected in this country, are going to continue to pay the deadly, bloody ass price for grown ass adults fucking with other people's lives through the legitimacy of politics and legislation. Because politics is the deadly, silent killer of American culture. You know the problem with free speech is? The bullshit just don't end at the speech. The same people who talk that shit are given the right to then go vote your oppression and vote away your resources and vote away the quality of your life and can legitimately control your employment, can control your health, can control your love life. Roe versus Wade can control your very reproductive systems through the right to motherfucking vote. That shit they got the freedom to talk about. The problem in America is that it's not just talk. People's hate become a legit imprisonment. People's ideologies become a legit imprisonment for other people through the local and national voting process. Not to mention that even outside of legally bullying people through legislation and through politics, we actually have, alongside that, the reality of hate crimes that get committed, the femicides against women, the brutality against Blacks by the police task force, the human trafficking, the drug infiltration, the corruption of the DOJ. The transphobia, the trans killings. We're going to continue to pray, to pay for the rights we think we have, to fuck with other people's lives legally through politics. And our children have been paying for it over and over and over and over again. This last, I can't even say this last mass shooting. We've had two since the last mass shooting, but the shooting that got carried out at the Catholic school with the children who were assassinated, that person's manifesto was very clear about how they come from a good family who loved them, friends who loved them. It wasn't the family in that person's case. It wasn't the friends in that person's case. You know what they hated? They hated the toxic, bullying, poisonous culture of America. And that person's ammo and weapons had unalived Trump engraved on them. These people are telling us what's driving them to do this. And we keep minoring in the wrong shit and talking solely about GUN reform, which is one part of the solution, as I said yesterday. But we got a bigger problem than just gun reform, especially since there's 500 million guns already on American streets. So most Americans already own goddamn guns, got access to motherfucking guns, even if you go and reform the laws around them. Most people already have them and can get access to them and don't need to walk into a gun store or a pawn shop. They can get access to guns through private and personal sales and purchases. We have a bigger problem than that. We're not taking into account how we're going to stop the collective bullying of people who cannot afford the level of hate that very privileged people have the luxury of surviving. We refuse to acknowledge that there is a hierarchy system in America and that society is set up by this caste system that's informed by classism, race, gender, orientation, religion, etc. The people at the bottom of that pyramid, at the bottom of that totem pole, are the most fragile. They're the first to go, the first to feel it. The blood is going to come first from them when horrendous changes take place in society. They can't afford the hate. And like I said, baby, you can't victimize and bully the fuck out of people and then also control the way they react, and you cannot put empathy into people that you're being apathetic toward. So the reason why lots of people are not interested in protecting your children and protecting these schools and protecting these communities, and they're going AWOL, is because they had their empathy replaced with apathy, because that's been what they've been on the receiving end of in their own villages. Apathy begets apathy. So while everybody's talking about the way that people who ain't got shit to do with none of this shit are acting, oh, we should be mourning, oh, we shouldn't be celebrating, oh, blah, 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 blah. Bitch, you better get your mind off of people's reaction, and you better start dealing with the motherfucking root cause and dealing with the real bullying and the real domestic terrorism that's going on in the form of left and right, dim and repub, in a way that real people's real lives are being shaped by the real rhetoric the church has been spewing, the rhetoric that's coming out of the fucking White House, the way that the White House right now is gaslighting the fuck out of this country by everyday tweeting and basically trolling immigrants, trolling the Latinx community, trolling trans people, as you're literally stripping and harming and taking away people's resources, and you think that people are going to have a to give. You done lost your motherfucking mind. This administration has put America in a very, very, very dangerous predicament. And that was already on the heels of a country and a society that already was broken, already had open wounds. But this administration has come in to throw the goddamn salt on all of it. And now everybody who was already sick and tired are here to make sure that they're not the only ones miserable in this motherfucking system. There is a new sheriff in town, and it is the spirit of, if I got to suffer, so do you. We all gonna suffer. And that's the message that I'm getting from all of these mass ooters, is that if they gotta suffer, we all gotta suffer. And what does that mean, baby? It means that, baby, something gotta change. Something gotta change. We gotta change, baby. Most of these mass ooters, you know why gun reform is the least of the solution? Because a lot of these individuals got their GUNs off the streets and got their GUNs right from their parents' closets. I need us to really overcome and graduate from this idea that you need to walk into a legit gun store to own a fucking gun, because you do not. In the state of South Carolina, as we went over on yesterday, so many states don't even require background checks, psychological screenings, etc., especially not for private sales and private purchases. We have more guns in America than we do citizens. So what the is reform going to do? When people have more access to GUNs and already own GUNs and don't need to go about acquiring a GUN legitimately. This isn't about GUN access, because the same consciousness that wants to afflict violence in the form of powering, it's the same consciousness that's going to express itself, whether it's with a GUN, whether it's with a knife, whether it's with a homemade bomb, etc. People are building the weapons they need in their homes, in their apartments, in their mother's basements. We keep wanting to resolve the issue as if the issue is external. Gun reform is not a conversation, like I said, that's completely off the table. but it's definitely not the solution in and of itself, because we're still not dealing with the consciousness that wants to even afflict harm, which can be done in a plethora of ways. Even if you remove GUNs. You ever heard of the Oklahoma bombing? You ever heard, hello, of September 11th and planes flying into buildings? You ever heard of the attack on the Pentagon? You ever heard of the bomb attacks in New York subways? This conversation is beyond the GUNs. The GUNs are just the byproduct right now, because they're easily accessible, and people who want to inflict harm just have the means to do that because of the GUNs that are already available by the bundle. What are we going to do about the consciousness that drives a person to do that? What are we going to do about the variables that bring a person to that type of breaking point to where another person of another race is sitting right in front of them and they want to drive a pocket knife through their carotid artery? What are we going to do about the consciousness of whiteness that doesn't even allow a black FedEx worker to do his job without losing his life? What are we going to do about the consciousness of whiteness that refuses to allow a black community member to jog through their neighborhood without being gunned down like a mangy mutt? What are we going to do about the consciousness that drives a man to grape a woman or a child or a minor? You can put all the laws up in the world. Obviously, people don't give a damn about laws, or else nobody would be breaking them. More private prisons wouldn't be going up. We're not dealing with the source of the issue. We keep dealing with the outcome, and we keep approaching the problem from the outside rather than from the inside out. People are struggling to regulate themselves based upon the way they're internalizing the outward stimuli being applied to them, whether that's through school bullying, whether that's through cultural bullying, whether that's through political violence. And until we master in that, we ain't going nowhere, baby. It's going to be a car spinning its wheel. Spinning its wheel. Back to what Amanda had to say.
Please, stranger that dies of a drug overdose than I do to someone like Charlie Kirk, because life is hard. And I understand that, because it takes very little for someone to end up committing themselves to an existence of numbness. I understand that. That man got murdered at 31 at a college event in the middle of a sentence, talking about black gangs. What a way to go. O'Shrill, he was actually taken out by an old white man in one of the whitest, whitery, witty white states in existence. He didn't get murked in Watts now. They took him out in Utah. They said, Lady Oleana, I want you to know it was us. Ain't no way it was a black man that took that man out. Not no Utah. Mm-hmm. Right as that bullet hit him, that man was in the middle of talking shit about gangs. White on white crime. These thugs, y'all. These thugs.
Charlie Kirk, quote, "I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage." Trump has spoken out about his good friend and ally being popped. Check out what the orange one had to say, my God, today.
Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than.
I see Trump is hiding that hand. That's my people's doing, Trump.
We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left.
Now, somebody said that it sounds like Trump is reading from a script. All presidents and public figures, especially presidents and VPs, read from a teleprompter. Obviously, this is not something that is just flowing beautifully out of Trump's dying heart. Okay. People are also saying that it's given AI, which it very much so may be. You guys know that they've been slapping makeup on his ass and face tuning his ass and using all type of damn smart AI to not make him look like the weathered, decrepit, slowly disintegrating, fupa-touting incel that he is. And the irony of that is that he talked all this shit about Joe being sleepy and, you know, being unhinged and being offline, while he's literally, his health is literally falling apart. They're saying that Trump might have had a fucking stroke because his face is hanging off the bone like melted barbecue. Okay? The elasticity, gravity is just pulling everything down, from the man boobs to the cankles to the skin rashes to the alleged dementia. Everything he trolled Biden about is his literal reality. It's interesting how both Trump and Charlie, their words seem to be manifesting against them. Told y'all we're in a very powerful co-creating period right now. There's literal life and death in the power of the tongue, even if it's a diseased one.
Many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America.
The gag about Trump saying all the foolishness that he said is that they're trying to memorialize this man as if he is Charlie Luther damn King Jr. And yet they didn't even think to really pat this man down with security and to make sure that they clear the campus before they put their second in command out there in this climate where there was open season at. They had 6 measly police officers who were eating donuts and slapping 5, not even checking tickets. They're doing more for this man they want to memorialize through a statue and a tribute on September 11th than they were willing to do for their man while he lived. He wasn't even officially a part of Trump's camp, and yet you would have thought an American pharaoh has been slain. My God. Today, how embarrassing. If I were Kirk's wife, I would send a cease and desist to the White House. The audacity and the foolishness of it all. If you cared about my husband and he was such a best friend to J.D. Vance, who J.D. Vance is claiming, oh, Kirk got me my start. He's the reason why I even ran. He's the reason why I'm even in politics. He is the one who did all of this. And y'all didn't even take that security detail y'all took away from Kamala and gave it to your best man, Charlie. They said that Charlie was wearing a bulletproof vest. Bitch, somebody should have told him to wear a helmet as well. Trump is walking around with security. J.D. Vance has Secret Service. They didn't even give Charlie a fucking helmet. And now y'all think that y'all gonna put up statues and murals in his honor? Yeah. Let's see how many times those are going to have to be rebuilt. Because people are going to tear that shit down the way that y'all ripped up those post-nightclub rainbow crosswalks. See how many times, baby, y'all will be rebuilding that shit. Y'all didn't even want George Floyd's face to be painted on the sides of bridges and businesses, and don't even want rainbow crosswalks that tribute innocent lives, innocent tax-paying American lives that were taken by another extreme right-wing lunatic. Oh! But let's resurrect a Mount Rushmore statue of Charlie fucking Kirk. A substitute Republican that made a living sucking on the areola of Donald Trump, who spewed ignorance about rap music, black people, women people, LGBT people, who couldn't even tell the difference between a human fetus and a dolphin fetus. My God, today. Well, as the outrage pours in, Fox News Jesse Waters vows, quote, "We're gonna avenge Charlie Kirk's death." Yeah, that's the type of inspiration America needs right now, right?
Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in LA. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, the media, and all of these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point, and we know which direction we're going.
Now,
the media.
Now, mind you, Trump, Jesse, and other right-leaning losers have gone out to villainize the left and Democrats with zero fucking information about the suspect. Zero. They have no idea if this is one of their own, just like Thomas Matthew Crooks was a registered Republican. They had no idea at that point whether the suspect was a Trumper, MAGA, skin color, black, white, male, female, no nothing. Just automatically went to peddling the very same political violence that they're denouncing just because one of their own has been slain. And literally put a target on liberals and Democrats' backs as a knee-jerk reaction to Charlie Kirk's unexpected passing, and had zero information to justify doing that. And on top of that, even if having all the details, even if this was a Democrat, a liberal, a black person, a trans person, the total recklessness of the hypocrisy to denounce and promote political violence all at the same time with a national platform. And everybody on the right did it without zero fucking information and without zero integrity and responsibility in their respected positions, from the president on down to journalists and pundits. The right is literally the equivalent of attempting to take the sty out of your brother's eye while you have a massive telephone pole in your own. These people couldn't maintain the continuity of character and integrity and love and their own messaging if their very lives fucking depended upon it. Like literally, out of the same breath and mouth that comes life, comes death simultaneously. It's not even like they contradict themselves 6 months later. They're contradicting themselves within seconds of speaking. Within the same sentence. There's going to be speed bump, speed bump, speed bump, speed bump, speed bump, speed bump, reverse Uno, U-turn. These people could not maintain a consistent thought. They couldn't maintain continuity, even if white privilege itself depended upon it. A goddamn shame. Well, right-leaning individuals were not the only people sounding off, baby. All of X also sounded off regarding the news of Charlie Kirk's passing. You can see this user here, T-Silk. The shooter, the night before, baby, already had his shooter outfit in tow. Okay? Pantsuit, starched, ready to go. Sure of himself. Another user said, well, they provided him wrong when Kirk said to prove him right. Someone else says they proved him wrong indeed when Charlie Kirk tweeted out, guns save lives. Baby, Charlie Kirk went out like Willie fucking Lump Lump. How does it feel to be Casper the Friendly Ghost right now? And to know that the very messaging you rallied behind actually empowered your own killer. I guess Charlie Kirk thought, like all disillusioned, privileged weirdos do, which is that it will never be me and mine. Could that be the pride that the scriptures say comes before the fall? And why pride and ego will always have a blind spot in it, that being full of yourself actually fogs up your intelligence and your logic, because you become so full of yourself that you don't have any room for actual wisdom or introspection or correction. Charlie Kirk actually thought that it was going to be everybody else's children who were going to pay for the sustaining of the current gun laws. Charlie Kirk thought it was going to be his neighbors. It was going to be somebody else's husband. It was going to be somebody else's wife. It was going to be somebody else's twins. It was going to be somebody else's family. He thought that there were going to be 160 degrees of separation between him and gun violence, and had no idea that he would martyr his own message, had no idea that his messaging was going to empower his own killer. My. Wow. Talk about being on the wrong side of history. This ain't even so much as about the power of the tongue as it is, my God, this is what it looks like to be on the wrong side. Wrong side. Couldn't be the furthest away from the right side of history. Another user said this is bad for the tour. Another one says he really started with a bang. The first day of his tour, the first leg of his tour. Someone else says, and a bing. A bang and a bing. Charlie Kirk posted this at some point in time. Facts There are 30,000 GUN deaths per year in America. That equates to 0.00915% of the population. 70% are suicides. True GUN violence accounts for 5,577 deaths per year, which is 0.0017% of the population. Little bit. This is the premise on which Democrats want to take your GUNs. We can't let them. And you died not letting them. That's the irony of it. Had you not been so party identified and been more issued identified, you might have had enough sense to realize that everybody is at risk because of what's going on around the conversations regarding GUN laws. And that being a part of a particular party, or even being of a particular complexion, or even being of a particular gender, or even being of a particular orientation was not going to save your straight, pale, Republican ass. And this is exactly what I mean by Charlie Kirk thought it was going to be somebody else. And as small of a margin, as small of a minority in the population he was trying to make the issue. He was going to luck up, baby, and strike out on that lottery and find himself amongst the exception. Find himself amongst the marginalized. Find himself amongst a minority of deaths. Jesus, this is like too precise of a karma. It's like everything karmically, like perfectly karmically lines up. It's like dying and then the universe like mocking your death. It's like the universe is mocking Charlie Kirk's entire life. Like when you think about all these synchronicities, and it's just like you were literally on the wrong side and you were loud about it. You were proud about it. You made a whole career out of being on the wrong side of the shit. And them witches and them spiritual laws got the best of your ass. And the universe is having the last laugh. My God. Another user says, maybe now is the time to talk about GUN control. Meek Mill, Jesus, says, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I don't have a certain religion. I just believe in God, one higher power. I don't got time to figure it out. I respect all religions and believe in good and bad, and I pray to my ancestors daily. Always did since my dad died. Meek Mill, you could have kept that to yourself. Another user says, maybe Charlie Kirk shouldn't have spent years being a hateful, demagogic fascist, and this wouldn't have happened. Maybe he should have taken some personal responsibility. Another user says, words are powerful. Charlie Kirk claims GUN violence is necessary in America. Another user says, the way y'all expect Black people to give a about folks who wouldn't spit on us if we were on fire is astounding to me. My God. Well, let's listen to more of Charlie Kirk's hate and bigoted legacy. Y'all run those likes up. Share, share, share. Show some love to the Cash App and PayPal. All information is in the description box below.
Full display. If you're going to remove my appendix and you're a Black lesbian, see a Black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I see a Black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic Black woman. I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? Thomas Sowell, and Justice Clarence Thomas are far better black role models to celebrate than Martin Luther King. Period. End of story. This guy is not worthy of a national holiday. He is not worthy of godlike status. In fact, I think it's really harmful. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52. I'm going to trust the Lord. I know what we're saying is true. I was disappointed because I said, listen, guys, you could hate what I'm doing. You could criticize it. You live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe. No. What do I do?
I think that speaks for itself. But, you know, despite the good pale folk who are losing their jobs over speaking truth about what's taking place, of course, our black ass raccoons are on site, girl, okay, to be pale apologists. Y'all's favorite baby mama and side chick, Clarissa Shields, chimed in, honey, hurt, saying, I cannot believe a man being shot and unalived is just all down my timeline. I'm not into politics, but Charlie did not deserve that. No one deserves that. Says the woman who believes that Remy Ma deserves to watch a husband who she hasn't even divorced parade around with another motherfucking woman. How is it that Clarissa Shields has more empathy for Charlie Kirk than she does Remy Ma and those children Papoose left behind? You know, I love the selective outrage and the selective morality and the selective integrity and the selective character and the selective ethics of it all. I'm going to leave it there. We got too much to go through. But there are also pale apologists. Y'all's favorite culture vulture, Twitch streamer Aiden Ross reacts to the assassination of Kirk.
You know, and that's just the way it is. And if you don't think that's a problem, if you don't think that instead you celebrating, that's not an issue to talk about, you're part of the problem. You are part of the issue. You know what I'm saying? Like, you are a very, very, very big part of the issue. And it's fucking horrible, bro. It is absolutely horrible, the video. And like the fact that we can actually access that video and see it is disturbing, bro. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. I pray for people that genuinely sit there and celebrate and think this is like something to like actually like get happy over. I pray that whenever you have children, the people that are celebrating, that your children aren't involved in school shootings and aren't involved around mass shootings and horrible, horrible events.
Now, these are the same people who are not feeling compelled to say anything about this very administration laughing at the unconstitutional and unlawful illegal deportation of natural-born citizens and immigrants. These are people who are not, their empathy isn't moved as they watch ICE raids take place in communities where children and grandmothers and community members are screaming at people being ripped away from their lives and vacuumed into one of the largest human trafficking rings and organizations in modern time, known as the Trump administration. These are the same people who have no empathy when Black people are filling in the streets and the highways and the byways, protesting about what's being done to their loved ones by the police state. These are the people who ain't got shit to say when women are filling in the highways and the byways fighting for fair wages and the right to push a baby out or to keep a baby in. You know, this empathy is very, very, very selective. It's very, 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 you know, it's got an acquired taste. These are people you don't hear from regarding all the other hurt and harm and hell that's going on within the country, which is going on in people's lives every day, all day. Let one person, as one Twitter user said, who would even spit on Clarissa Shields' shiny head ass, pass away, and here it is, girl. All that black ass virtue signaling. Aiden Ross is one thing. Clarissa Shields raccooning down to the ground, girl, is a whole nother thing. Well, one white man who's going to stand on goddamn business and has paid the price for doing so is actually not this white man here. We're going to come. Hold on. Let me see if I have him. Do I have him? I got so much. I got so many tabs, y'all. It's sickening. Let's see here. Oh, God. He's somewhere in these tabs. All right. Well, another pale privileged individual, girl, who is paying tribute to Charlie Kirk is Stephen Colbert. All right. He's mourning. He's upset. He's sad. White Jesus has disappointed him. He's pained, girl. All right. This is what Stephen Colbert had to say. He shared a sobering message with viewers, noting Wednesday's senseless shooting is reminiscent to the political violence he viewed in the 1960s. He said, quote, "I hope it is obvious to everyone in America that political violence does not solve any of our political differences. Political violence only leads to more political violence, and I pray with all my heart that this is the abhorrent action of a madman and not a sign of things to come." All right, you can check out the rest of that full story over on TMZ. And of course, we rebuke political violence. You know, but as we stated yesterday, the issue is they only call political violence GUN violence. And then also have the audacity to have no interest in GUN reform, even when the bullets from the GUNs are ending up in their fucking necks. But that's also not the only political violence that's taking place in the country. And until they realize that political violence is in the form of all the shit that this administration is doing to rip up the job market and rip up unemployment and rip up Medicaid and Medicare and people's health and well-being and rolling over DEI and affirmative action, etc., until they recognize that all of that too is political violence. Political violence will continue to beget political violence. Because I'm going to assume, within reason, that even the political violence that met Charlie Kirk head on is a response to some form of political violence. But speaking of raccoons, y'all favorite doctor and grifter, baby, okay, who need attorney fees and who need new building fees because his school is being auctioned off, and that $1.3 million that you guys gave to him to turned the black community inside out is being auctioned off as we speak. Also spoke out in disapproval of any black and brown person celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. All right, Dr. Umar posted this. While I did not agree with Mr. Kirk's rhetoric and considered him to be an anti-black bigot, will never rejoice at the loss of life of anyone who hasn't directly participated in the unaliving of a member of the black African race. I am ashamed to see members of my community celebrating the situation. I will never ask you to mourn the loss of an enemy of our race, but to celebrate an unaliving is completely unacceptable. We know all too well that the greatest recipients of political assassinations in this country have been our own people. Stop laughing at the misfortunes of others and get prepared. Political assassinations have returned to the United States of America courtesy of the deep state. You know, what's so incongruent about what Dr. Umar said is that this almost smacks everything that he teaches and preaches and claims to know in the motherfucking face, because you're talking about a political violence that is arriving or pending, but have made a career out of reminding white America of the political violence they've been perpetuating upon black bodies for the last 4 fucking centuries. So now all of a sudden political violence is a new thing. And as close to home as Dr. Umar would drive the issue of the way that whiteness as a privilege and as a construct have hurt black and brown people in every which way, spiritually, economically, medically, etc., will have the nerve to turn around and take some moral high ground and feel away about black people who kept their ass at home instead of scaling the actual fucking building. It's like these people have more issue with the people who don't give a fuck about what happened to Charlie Kirk than they do judgment about the person who actually claimed the man's life. And then the person who's wanting to berate and guilt trip the black community is the person who literally in real time has been one of the biggest disappointments and fraudsters of the community, and still yet has the delusional audacity to tell black people what the fuck they should and should not feel. But he did not feel he had to make good on that 1.3 million that the black community trusted his black ass with. Nor has he had any conversation about he's out here informing the general public on how they should feel on what he's going to do to reimburse those same black ass motherfucking people who are now crying over the goddamn money they threw at his ass that have now gone down the drain. Let's talk about the goddamn black tears, Dr. Umar Johnson. Because black people crying all right, bitch. You know why? They celebrating what happened to Charlie because, bitch, they can't celebrate the fucking school that you were supposed to have resurrected about, what, 15 fucking years ago? Baby, you talking about everything but running motherfuckers a refund. And considering that the way that people are about to flame your ass up, baby, I would think that you wouldn't be online at all, but bitch, you would be purchasing a Greyhound ticket to run your ass across the border and get outside of the goddamn American jurisdiction, because apparently, bitch, the feds are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks away from throwing your dry head ass in the back of a paddy wagon for scamming the very community you're so disappointed in, for being completely and utterly indifferent toward Charlie fucking Kirk. We're literally living in a delusional ass time. Oh, we are living in a delusional time, baby. This was an opportunity for Umar to talk about that white on white crime that Charlie Kirk likes to remind the black community of so much of when it comes to black on black criminality. This was an opportunity, girl, for Dr. Umar to stand on some principled business and to remind pale people of not only what they do to people of color, but what they also do to people with no color. There was so much opportunity. And all the things Dr. Umar could have prioritized in this moment, and yet he wanted to find some way to deflect and set himself apart from other black people because he's literally running from the guilt and the shame of being the worst of those niggas that Charlie Kirk talks so much about. Every time Charlie Kirk talked about single parent households and a lack of fathers in the households, the irony is he was talking about the black men like Dr. Umar. Here, Dr. Umar. You know what? Moving along. Moving along. Baby, you got white people standing on bigger business than you do black people standing on bigger business. Because someone went out to interview individuals to ask them how they felt about the passing of Charlie Kirk. Girl, check this shit out, you guys.
Good that people are dying in America. Did you see that Charlie Kirk got shot and killed today?
Yes, I did.
How do you feel about that?
I don't really have any feelings about it. Who are you?
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed today. We're just getting people's opinions. How do you feel about that?
Girl, someone had to do it. And that's how I feel at this point in time. But
You know, I appreciate your honesty. I truly do. So you said someone had to do it.
yes. Try not to get all pulled up into that, but he was a misogynist. He was a disgusting person with disgusting beliefs.
So if you had a magical wand, a magical button that you could press and keep him from being assassinated, would you press that?
No. I think things happen for a purpose. And if that's how his life was ended, then that's how it was ended. So
Do you know who Charlie Kirk is?
Yeah, he's a I'm like, yeah, he's an you know? I wouldn't wish it to anyone, but I don't think he's politically so correct, you know?
We're going to step away from this because you're just trying to... Well, you let him talk. He wants to talk. What are you? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him.
You know,
Anyways.
I love the right. I love the right. I love all of you guys. Thank you.
In my opinion, I think they're going to flip it and say the other. But I think the left has disputed so much hate and brainwashed so many people into doing stupid shit like this. But they're going to flip it and see he was so hateful and he spewed all this hatred.
You're almost going to say he deserved it.
Yeah, they're going to say he deserved. I've already seen people. That's what I've seen. I've already seen people saying he deserved it. He spews all this hate, and they're going to say because the hate he spewed, he should have gotten that. It's a sign of, I think, what liberalism has done to U.S. society. It's just led to a complete moral decay and decay of morals and just any semblance of humanity. Like you just degrade people because of your political opinions. But I don't know. I don't have much else to say on that. It's just the same old thing every time.
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. How do you feel?
Happy. Goodbye.
Wow. Did you see that Charlie Kirk just got shot and killed?
That's good.
Wow. That's good.
I thought it was only black people who were apathetic and indifferent. Black people just don't care. But there are white people who actually are happy about it. Black people just don't give a damn that it happened. are the ones who are celebrating, while Clarissa Shields and Umar Scammon Johnson are out here with their foot on Black folks' neck. My God, today. Let's get into what witnesses saw that day and get into some boots to the ground footage.
Who is in custody, we are told. The person said, I would do it again. Hearing from an eyewitness who recalls what the alleged shooter actually said. Let's listen.
Yeah, the man who, after they took him down, he yelled, I'd do it again.
Wow.
Okay, that's what a witness said, that the one shooter who is in custody, we are told, the person said, I would do it again.
Now, mind you, this is a clip from yesterday. They do not have the suspect in custody. He's still at large.
Speaking live right now. Let's watch.
I think on a broader scale, do you think it's going to kind of cause an uproar or anything?
Well, from what I'm hearing, if it's true, the guy who got shot, he was a pretty big influence in whatever was going, like their agenda, right? So if I don't know, I hope it all like gets figured out, and I really don't want this to happen again.
You want to add?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. From what I heard, it was a sniper from a long ways away. So I don't know. I think the focus of this should probably be on probably some sort of gun control or something like that.
Yeah,
so that things like this can't happen again.
Anything else?
Let's go to this witness on the scene.
A little bit backstage, and I turn and look, and they were arresting a guy by the name of George Zim. Yeah, I know the guy. I don't think he did it. I think they arrested the wrong guy. I think whoever did it was a good shooter, a sharp shooter. It was one shot right directly to the heart, and we need to find out who did this. I think there should be a research completely done that took place hours, maybe a day before anything went on. Who could be there and pull that trigger and do it? And I don't think it was George Zim. He was poor, broke. He maybe was on medication, a little bit loony boon, maybe a perfect person to pick and say that did it, but I don't think he did it at all.
So at this point, but did you see him taken into custody? Did you see him with any kind of thing in his hand, any device in his hand or anything like that?
Yeah, I saw when they actually put the handcuffs behind his back.
Okay.
I followed them.
All right, we're going to go to Jason Chaffetz. Let's go to
Now,
this witness.
remember, they apparently arrested two people who they initially thought was the suspect. Those two people were released. My fan is doing the most. All right. And we're going to get into some of that footage. Check out other eyewitnesses' accounts.
And I instantly just started praying for Charlie Kirk. And the girl I was next to, she was bawling because she had seen it. She had seen the graphic imagery of the bullet piercing his neck and opening his neck up. And I can't imagine what it was like to see that.
It's traumatizing. It's traumatizing for the students. When I saw students running off from the campus over the bridge there, a lot of them were crying. It was traumatizing for everyone.
It was horrible, and all I felt was like everybody bringing me down to the ground, and I was sorry. All I hear is screaming, and I see people running, and I'm like, it's not safe to run, it's not safe to get up, it's not. And all I'm saying is, please God, please God, please God, because I don't want to die. I don't want anybody else to die, and I think I just saw a guy die, you know.
All right. Julius says Charlie Death got you glowing. You must be new here, Julius. I live with a glow. I didn't even know who the fuck Charlie Kirk was until he was assassinated. So, you know, I didn't follow him. I never saw him, never heard of him, etc. But CTV has had a glow since CTV has been a commentator. So yeah, the glow you're seeing is just birthed out of, you know, the natural state of my great life. I wish that Charlie would have had an opportunity to glow. And now he's no more. Now, Charlie's old tweets are coming back and resurfacing. And one of those tweets are this tweet here. Did I just get shot by an AR-15? It feels like it. Yikes. People are responding to that resurfaced tweet. Someone, you know, used this Denzel Washington meme. Someone says, I don't know. Did you? Someone else says, y'all digging up this tweet is the reason why I'll never leave this app. Someone else says, dude had on a 6 cents perk and still lost the round. Someone else says, proof manifestation really works. More memes. Someone else says, manifesting works. I'm going to be so careful what I say out loud. Well, speaking begins internally before it does outwardly. So you have to control your inner conversation as well. This is why even mute people can manifest, because speaking is mental more so than it is physical. Another user says it was promised to him 11 years ago. Someone else says there's a tweet for everything. Right-wing political figure Charlie Kirk shot during an event at Utah University. News clip. All right. Let's get into Savannah Crisley, who was meant to actually join Charlie Kirk on college campus speaking tour amid his goddamn death. My God, today, you all talk about manifestation. You see this here? Savannah Crisley says that she was set to join Charlie Kirk on his college campus tour before he was fatally shot in Utah. Talk about the rejection being the Lord's protection. My God, today. Could Savannah have ended up as a casualty, or even more so, a survivor of this traumatized event had she got to witness it live and in color? But you know, not only do ancestors, angels, and the Holy Spirit protect, but that goddamn Baphomet protects too. So is it the Lord who protected Savannah? Or is it those goddamn principalities that rule over Utah that made sure to protect her because they plan on having her ass carry the goddamn torch? Okay? They're only giving up one soldier at a time. Trump says he will posthumously award the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Charlie goddamn Kirk. But we had to tear down once again the post-nightclub rainbow crosswalks, and y'all went to melting down the George Floyd statues and spray painting over the George Floyd memorials. Yikes. Talk about the hypocrisy of our goddamn democracy. Oh, yes, God. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up the video. Check this post out. A man in the podcaster circle is going viral after one of his posts from a month ago stated that Charlie Kirk said he believed that, as someone else said, piss real will off him if he started going against them. People are starting to believe that it may have been a beneficial false flag to multiple people that distracts from the Epstein files opposition to those people bombing innocent civilian buildings, the majority of the world now turning against those people. The Trump direct link to Epstein with the latest Epstein birthday card scandal and terrible economy and job losses to get far-right white men on his side again. Charlie was one of the extreme rightists that started questioning those people. People believe that if his fan base started turning against, etc. Okay, so the conspiracies are unfolding and bleeding out of every hole as people attempt to put this assassination into proper perspective. But you know who had proper, well, at least accurate perspective? Baby, Thomas Matthew Crooks walked so that this individual could motherfucking run and literally run across the goddamn rooftop. Okay? The FBI blames trans ideology for Utah Udine engraved ammo reportedly left behind. Look at this visual of the Uder running across the rooftop to posture himself at the ledge to pop Charlie from 200 yards away with a single shot. All right. Now, breaking news took place as well, with FBI officially introducing the idea that transgender ideology was the Uder's motive for unaliving a MAGA podcaster in Utah yesterday. FBI officials claim to have found a high-powered rifle as well as ammunition with anti-fascism and pro-trans statements on them. Quote, investigators found ammunition engraved with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology inside the rifle that authorities believe was used in the fatal Udine of Charlie Kirk. Now, I did read that those claims were not verified and that they were debunked. So I'm not sure about how true this is, but it was being reported that this was not verified and had been debunked. But you know, we'll be maintaining more coverage of this. So we'll be revisiting this upon any more information on that fact. Bomb threat called into Democratic National Committee headquarters. The Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. has been swarmed by police after a bomb threat was reportedly called in, you guys. So these were the vicious attacks upon the Dems. You guys also know that HBCU'S were targeted, 3 to be exact, who ended up being on lockdown. Students were not able to attend classes because of incoming bomb threats. Now, the irony of this is that in a few slides ago, we just saw that rightists went immediately from Trump to journalists to pundits to blame the left for what happened to Charlie, even though they had zero evidence, zero reason to do that, just literally being impulsive and slanderous and irresponsible. And of course, we all came to the common sense conclusion yesterday that there would be some retaliation. That retaliation was fueled by Donald Trump, all the same people who claim that we got to stop political violence, etc., whose open rhetoric without any facts led to the unsolicited targeting of HBCU'S and Democratic facilities across the country. And do you see any well-meaning rightists calling out the right for the recklessness of their slander against the left? Do you see any of these integral people who want all this empathy that even Charlie Kirk didn't believe in? He thought it was just a new age leftist term that's dangerous. No word. You hear no word from the right condemning Donald Trump, any of these podcasters, any of these Republicans who went immediately to weaponizing what happened to Charlie Kirk against the left. Black people who literally had nothing to do with this. Now that we also know that the suspect was a white college-age male. As somebody said before, girl, that right, girl, they're ready for a race war. And they're going to use anything, my God, to start it up and to arouse it. They had no reason to target Black folk or HBCUs, etc. But ironically, who else has been attacking HBCUs all year long? All presidency. Oh, their cult leader. We're seeing a running theme. I guess all these bitches are Donald Trump's son. What an interesting pathology. And this also proves just how disinterested the right is in facts, in actual history. We know that they skew everything. They skew the facts. They skew the history. They shoot shit out of their ass. They lack context. JD Vance told y'all before Trump even won that he believes in fake news and using fake news and propaganda if it means fake news will help them to succeed in any given agenda. And here it is, the right went to ignite aggravation, frustration, and what could have potentially been physical violence toward the left with zero information. How dangerous. And are any of those people apologizing on behalf of what's taken place, of these HBCUs being attacked? Is Clarissa Shield and Dr. Umar crying about all the innocent HBCU alum who have been thrusted into this shit that has nothing to do with them? Is the president rebuking? Is the MAGA base rebuking what's taking place? This would be a great opportunity for them not to be hypocrites. And of course, they're not. Well, more on Charlie Kirk. Check this out.
Way to work. Have a good day.
There are different types of microaggression. There's
People are going to be saying happy Juneteenth. It should not be a federal holiday, and I'm on my way to work.
So Charlie Kirk doesn't believe in DEI. He believes that nobody should be listening to rap music, and we should be getting to the real music that America was built upon, which are all Black created music, from rhythm and blues to rock to gospel to folklore to contemporary, are all Black genres of music. But he also doesn't believe in Juneteenth, Juneteenth either.
Have a good day.
We will.
There are different types of microaggression. There's micro assaults. Those can be like explicit but subtle actions.
Larger than that, Charlie. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I
Those micro insults.
About 2/3 of all Black youth will be raised without a stable father around. And I know it.
And now his own children are going to be raised without their father around. His own wife is now a baby mama and a single parent.
It's crazy, right?
So crazy.
Micro invalidations.
Say what? Say the what?
The N-word. I'm not going to say it on this public platform, but people say it to me all the time.
It derogatorily.
Yes.
No, I think you're lying.
Dismissals of the other, and it often negates the experiences of marginalized individuals.
You can't make this shit up. More Charlie Kirk. I told you guys. The laundry list is, the grocery list is mighty long.
Women should prioritize family and children way above career.
Way above career. Way above career. Way above career.
Women should prioritize family and children way above career.
Way above career. Way above career. Way above career.
Women should prioritize.
So not only does he not want Juneteenth being a national holiday, and he doesn't believe in transgenderism or in same-sex marriage and relations, and thinks that DEI is about making Black people the exception rather than it actually providing fair opportunity in a system that America knows all too well is in fact racially biased. And if it wasn't for white people being forced to have to give opportunity in housing, banking, and employment to Black people, that Black people otherwise would not be housed or be banked or hired and have a living wage for themselves. But he also believes that women are no more than baby making machines who should have their asses motherfucking home. To hell with YOLOing, to hell with your own gifts and talents, to hell with your own artistic expression and your own autonomy, that your life should fully revolve around only the things that service men. My God, today. Let's check out what more Charlie Kirk had to say, particularly about how Black people were better off in slavery and subjugation before the 1940s, to be exact. Oh, yes.
Actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 Black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
If that's your explanation, but I guess,
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been
that
in the last
affected
80 years.
the generational psyche of an entire group of people?
Well, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just.
Black people were better off when white people could have their foot explicitly on Black folks' necks. My God, today. Say it without saying it, why don't ya?
Yeah, when we was hooked in a hood, getting booked like literature kept us.
Time for us to stop listening to rap music and this degenerate hip hop stuff and go back to the music that built our civilization.
Stop listening to hip hop and this degenerate stuff. There might be an argument there. But because, you know, racially biased people have a hard time at least coming off like actually non-racist, they always leave these like lopsidedness in their arguments, because obviously you hear nothing about the destructiveness and the devil worshiping heavy metal and rock genre that white people are the poster childs for. You know, the same genre of music that white people culturally appropriated from Black people, that have become the anti-Christian, anti-societal motivations for white people's emo community, devil worshiping community. You know, white people have thugs too. Their thugs just wear eyeliner and dress in all black and eat the heads of birds. Oh yeah, and pick up AK-47s and sawed off shotguns and rifles and go out and slay the lives of innocent people and their schoolmates. I mean, I'm okay with us talking about the music, but while we're only acting like rap can be argued to be problematic, when we can see that the heavy metal and that punk music are turning those little white kids into goddamn Bruce Lee and Chun-Li. I mean, we got to talk all about it. We can't just talk about one part of the issue. We can't just only talk about Black art, Black media, Black people. We got to even the playing field if we're really interested in making America great again, right? It's not only Black criminals contributing to the crime. White criminals are doing so. Latino criminals are doing so. Male criminals are doing so. Straight criminals are doing so. I mean, we got to talk about the whole thing, right? If we're going to make America. We're not talking about just making Black America great again, right? Making America great again. Oh, yeah. So, we got to always even the score and assess all of the contributions to the brokenness of the system. More Charlie Kirk. Why don't we?
I have never met anyone with a tail. I'm not exactly sure
Exactly. But fetuses have tails. Kind of proves that at that phase, they are not a human being. They got tails. Humans don't have tails. We're not dinosaurs. Let me even show you a photo, if I may, okay? Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This,
Without a doubt.
without a doubt,
Yes.
this is a dolphin fetus.
One more time.
I'm not exactly sure the essence of the
Do
question.
human beings have tails? Do you have a tail?
I have never met anyone with a tail. I'm not exactly sure the
Exactly. But fetuses have tails. Kind of proves that at that phase, they are not a human being. They got tails. Humans don't have tails. We're not dinosaurs. Let me even show you a photo, if I may, okay? Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This,
Without a doubt.
without a doubt,
Yes.
this is a dolphin fetus.
I could almost end my live. I could almost end my live on that note alone. Oh, yes, I could. But speaking of political violence, guess, once again, who can't maintain continuity of their beliefs at all? They're literally walking contradictions. Speed bump, speed bump, speed bump, speed bump. Told you. The right side can't motherfucking maintain continuity of their own messaging to save their lives. Mr. All of a sudden conveniently now, let's stop and end political violence, was once a component of political violence and even called for it and said that it was actually a sign of strength.
In the old days, boom, firing squad. No, it's true. Boom, gun, bang, bing, bong. When we were strong, bing, and it goes quickly, right? It's called, you're dead.
Y'all's president.
In the old days, boom, firing squad. No, it's true. Boom, gun, bang, bing, bong. When we were strong, bing, and it goes quickly, right?
It did. Unfortunately, it went extremely quick through Charlie's neck. Bing. Bong. My God. Haunting, haunting, haunting hypocrisies. FBI releases person of interest in Charlie Kirk's shooting. Oh my God. Not an HBCU member? Oh my God. Not a Black person? Wow. The FBI Salt Lake City tweets, we're asking for the public's help in identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal wounding of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Oh, not black. Jesus. Wow. And why are HBCU'S being targeted by MAGA? Why are Democrats being targeted again when we know nothing about the suspect aside from the fact that, as usual, he has that complexion? And all this goddamn camera footage and ring camera footage, and they're out there arresting all the goddamn wrong people, baby. I guess they don't have enough to pin it falsely on a trans person or falsely on a Democratic person. And they've even, social media that is, have done research on the symbol on that shirt. And come to find out, baby, this is a shirt typically worn, purchased by guess who? The right. So we have an Easter egg here. And are any of us going to be surprised and shocked that the shooter is a registered Republican, just like Thomas Matthew Cooks was, or like all the other mass shooters have been? Because all the folk who've been committing these crimes against political officials and or schools and churches and festivals and grocery stores, etc., have been far right and MAGA. Have you seen them, Conscious Crew? I think they're also offering a reward, a $100,000 award for anybody who has any valuable information on this college-aged white Utah male. More on Charlie, who's in a great debate over homosexuality. And in this clip, you're going to see Charlie Kirk get cooked. And then you're going to see him forfeit the opportunity to actually be informed. Because as I've been saying, these type of authoritarian, gaslighting lunatics are not interested in truth or justice or objectivity. They want their bigotry. They want their conspiracies in place of the facts. And Charlie Kirk is going to be a huge receipt of that in this debate. Check this out.
Societies embrace same-sex relationships and even the idea of third genders well before Western conservatism even existed. So when you claim that modern conservative values represent some kind of universal, objective moral truth, like you said on your chair over there, aren't you just defending a selective, historically recent ideology that erases most of human history and targets people who have always been part of it?
Can you point to me a great power that endorsed same-sex marriage, not cohabitation, but marriage?
Ancient Mesopotamia.
As marriage, as recognized.
As marriage that exists.
Recognized by the state.
100%.
And how did that work out for them?
It worked out perfectly fine. It was an accepted norm of society.
Okay, I still think it's wrong.
Okay, I still think it's wrong. Went into a debate, got fucking cooked, asked clarifying questions, got clarifying responses, and instead of acquiescing and repenting and allowing the new information to inform his current attitude, decided, I just got caught, I just got cooked, I just got schooled, I just got educated, but fuck all that. Still don't believe in it. And thinks that belief in place of historical objective fact is even a proper argument or response, because this wasn't about belief. You asked for historical relevancy and historical reference and got that. And because you were with somebody who was actually smarter than you, somebody who actually has done the homework, and you got properly informed, and there was nowhere else you could have went, but if he had been a healthy person, Caroline would have went into the light. And just said, all right, stand corrected. Hell no, though. Not Mr. Right-leaning ass, baby. Oh, education, history, objective science, the hell with all that. I believe what I believe. Yikes, yikes, yikes. And this was the person who had the audacity to be out here dilly-dabbling with the minds of American youth who have no priority and interest in facts. But remember, Donald Trump loves the uneducated. They're responsible for why his ass got in office the first time and why he got his ass in office the second time. And he's destroyed the Department of Education in hopes that this will maintain Republican presence in American government from here on out. They love the uneducated. The uneducated leaves room for theory and myth and urban legend and your feelings in place of actual knowledge. I think the scriptures say, their Bible say that, my God, God's people shall perish from a lack of knowledge. The willingness to be uneducated, the willingness to be ignorant, the willingness, the willful ignorance of it all. Because that's how much these people prefer their feelings about an issue. This is some dangerous shit, y'all. This is some dangerous shit. Check this out. You guys, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Ask.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I bet we could ask.
Let's bring the purple hair jihadi up. Come on up. Let's go. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Wait, I just have one question for you. No.
Now pay attention to this one question she has.
No. Why does your face look like that?
You're the one saying that to me?
Yeah.
Hold on to that question. Why does your face look like that?
And what about it? Dude, you're ugly as you get no. And you look like that. Like, why does your face look like that? And the woman that was up here before, she was right when she said your mom missed her abortion date because... And you look trans too. I just had to say that, yeah.
Wow. Well, somebody answered this purple hair jihadi's question of why does Charlie Kirk face look like that? AKA, why is he so goddamn ugly? Somebody did a whole entire scientific Fibonacci-ass breakdown of Charlie Kirk's appearance. Check this out.
Attractive is Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk has unbalanced facial thirds with his middle third being too squished. His total FWHR could be better, and his FWHR is really bad. His eyes are too close set, and his lip width to nose ratio is bad. His eyebrows are medium set, could be thicker and longer. He has thin lips, and he is obese. From side profile, we can see that his ramus is long, and that his mandible is forwardly grown, but his hyoid skin is not tight, and he lacks jawline visibility. At least he almost passes all 3 line tests, and his eyes are deeply set. Overall, Charlie Kirk can be considered an ugly-looking person with overall rating of 3.25 out of 10. If you want to get privately rated, link in bio. How unattractive is Charlie Kirk?
Moving along. Trigger warning. More footage pops out showing the aftermath of the ooting, you guys. This is showgoers and security and staff rushing Charlie Kirk away from the scene and into a vehicle.
Stop! 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 Stop!
All right, here's footage of the suspect being spotted. This reminds me so eerily of the Thomas Matthew Crooks. People saw Thomas Matthew Crooks on a roof. People saw him scale the building. People saw him posture on the rooftop. They didn't know what he was doing per se. But it's like deja vu all over again. Like same shit, different day. All right, suspect spotted on rooftop before Charlie Kirk incident. Check this out. I'm going to blow this up actually.
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying. Just getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying. He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa. From over there, ran in. And now he's right there. Just saying. Just getting right up.
People saw this man and had no idea the horror to come. My God, today, this is more aftermath footage of the Utah event. It's very easy to get access to rooftops in small country ass towns. You can walk into most hotels and get access to the rooftop. It's not some heavily guarded, prohibited area. As teenagers, we used to get to the rooftop of the AT&T building of the mall with no issue. It's actually not as inaccessible as people might think. You know, this matrix is more vulnerable and thin and fragile than most people think it is. Like, we really think that we live in some type of like a tight-knit matrix. It's not. That's why it becomes undone so easily. It's not hard to access the rooftop of a barely secured building. And this is Utah, for God's sake. Who's thinking about safeguarding that? And the interesting thing is that the right thought Charlie Kirk ultimately was so fucking irrelevant that they didn't even think to give him personal security or to secure the campus. I mean, they didn't even count the tickets. Pretty much the whole event was open to the general public. There were only 6 officers who were there just by protocol. Like, that's why it's so odd that this administration is acting like Charlie was some type of a goddamn martyr when he was nothing more than a half-baked public figure who didn't even, graduate college, who wanted to educate all of your fucking children. And this man wasn't even officially a part of the Trump cabinet or administration. 6 police officers, simply because it was just going to be a large event. Not even because it was like Charlie Kirk, but this was like standard measly amount of officers that would be around if it was any type of event where there was a book signing or etc., open to the general public. So that's why so many people are so confused. Like, well, how could this happen to Charlie Kirk? Like, they didn't secure the premise. No, who the fuck was Charlie Kirk? There was no big to do for him. And most of the goddamn students had already taken a census and told the goddamn university authorities that they had no interest in talking to this man or wanting his visibility or presence on the goddamn campus. I mean, he was literally a nobody to Utah. A nobody. So no, there was no, this was not some glamorized event. The city didn't come out because it's Charlie fucking Kirk. And the fact that the right didn't secure this man, but is going out of their way in his death, it's complete comedy. Now, remember, there were 2 alleged suspects. What's fascinating here is I think that the 2 people I'm about to show you guys were the suspects who were initially brought into custody, because it would make sense for these 2 individuals to have been a person of interest. So people were pointing out this individual here who stood up, this white bearded male with the backwards cap on, who stood up immediately after the ooting and pretty much started, you know, raising the roof and celebrating, and turned to look behind him where the shots came from. Check this out. Okay, so I think this guy probably was the first suspect who was taken in for questioning. Now, either they let him go. They let whomever these 2 suspects go. So this either is somebody who may have something to do with this, or it's just another apathetic Utah University attending student who felt the way that a lot of them felt and were like, hey, somebody had to do it. So either this person was a part of that clique or was in connection to this. But I think because of his reaction, this probably made up one of the suspects that were initially taken into custody. There's another individual that people are pointing out who they think had some bizarre behavior in the moment surrounding Charlie Kirk's death. Let me show you guys this. Okay, pay attention to this guy here with the white baseball cap on, with his phone standing right behind Charlie Kirk.
Watch really closely. Look at the guy with the white hat behind Charlie Kirk.
Right there.
Just wait. Look, he's doing baseball signs. Anybody who's ever played baseball knows exactly what that man just did. Watch really closely. Look at the guy with the white hat behind Charlie Kirk. Just wait. Look, he's doing...
Okay, so this viewer is claiming that this man is possibly signaling the ooter who's on the rooftop. Now, once again, remember, this is open investigation and authorities don't know what the fuck is going on here. So there might have been one ooter, but it could be possible that the ooter didn't pull this off alone. Maybe had other people who were boots to the ground. Remember, this was an event. So Utah knew Charlie Kirk was coming. The campus knew Charlie was coming. I'm sure they had spoken about this on the local news or spoken about it on the radio, and word had got around, flyers had got around that Charlie Kirk was bringing his gaslighting provocative ass into Utah. And this could have all been premeditated. I mean, obviously it was premeditated. You know, the man was assassinated. Now the question is, did he do this alone? Okay. Could this have been the second suspect? Remember, they released both suspects, whomever those suspects were. But could that first guy in the baseball cap and this other guy in the baseball cap have been those suspects? We don't know. But
in baseball signs, anybody who's ever played baseball knows exactly what that man just did.
Okay, girl, the conspiracy theorists are on it. Now, here is clear cell phone footage in the aftermath of the shooter fleeing the actual scene. Okay, check out this. This guy captures the shooter coming out of this building here, whose rooftop he was on when he popped Charlie. He's going to be giving some commentary in here too.
Hell of people running. There he is, right there. That guy. He's the guy.
Wow. Okay. Look like he has on a backwards hat, shorts, black tennis shoes. This kind of looks very different from the images of the Oh, you know what? The original images of the suspect that were published are of the suspect on the way to the event. The suspect initially had on pants. He was also seemingly walking with a limp. That more than likely was because he was carrying the rifle and hiding it in his pants. Once he got up on that rooftop, baby, he got comfortable, took that shit off, left them jeans and the weapon on the rooftop, fled the scene in his shorts, etc. I'm going to show you that footage too. I believe I have that footage.
Somebody's shooting over here. Hell of people running. There he is, right there. That guy. He's the guy.
Wow. College-age white male. And yet they're sending bomb threats to the Democratic National Convention Center and HBCU.
Somebody's shooting over here. Hell of people running. There he is, right there. That guy. He's the guy.
Yes, the gun was left on the rooftop. That's what they found, the gun and all of that. And when I show you guys the ring camera footage, the shooter was wearing pants on the way to the to the rooftop. He was walking with a limp. So I believe that that's because he was hiding the rifle in the pants he had on. But I'm going to show you guys that. If I have it, I should have it up here. But I guess before we get there, MSNBC analyst Matthew Dowd fired. Okay, this is the white man who was standing on business, baby, okay? Now, he tried to be as politically correct as he could while still saying what he needed to say, but he ended up fired still, okay? MSNBC analyst Matthew Dowd fired after his comments on the fatal Charlie Kirk shooting. Check out this here. You guys, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hate, divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
He was fired after saying that, and a lot of people are saying this man didn't say anything wrong. But because his talking points were too in the middle, the network cut his ass and fired his ass because he seemingly made Kirk responsible for what happened to Kirk. The network didn't appreciate that, or they received backlash. More backlash came to South Park, who also did an episode. They moved real fast on the Charlie Kirk incident, but it was actually poor, you guys. South Park episode mocking Charlie Kirk, pulled from Comedy Central. South Park has never shied away from controversy, but its latest episode targeting conservative commentator Charlie Kirk is now at the center of a media shake-up. The episode titled, quote, Got a Nut, from season 27 featured Eric Cartman impersonating Kirk, poking fun at his political style and public persona. While the parody drew headlines, Comedy Central has quietly pulled the episode from its broadcast lineup following Kirk's recent passing. While cable TV isn't airing it anymore, the episode is still streaming on Paramount Plus, where fans can watch without interruption. Interestingly, Kirk himself didn't seem bothered by the joke when he was alive. In fact, he publicly laughed it off, calling it hilarious, and even described it as a badge of honor. Comedy Central hasn't said if the episode will return to reruns later, but as of now, the decision seems to only affect its cable TV schedule. Online show remains goddamn touch. Ciao. Now, in that reward, you guys, there's big coin on the table for anybody who has more information than the damn FBI does at this point, because the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to solving Charlie Kirk's case in Utah. Other people are asking for the Cash App and PayPal and Zelle and Apple Pay of the damn shooter. Okay? So while the FBI is offering money to find the shooter, other members of the public are wanting to give money to the shooter. My God, today. Jesus. 100,000 just for information alone. Not only is South Park pulling and scaling it back, girl, Marvel, apparently, girl, is also wanting to avoid a shit show of controversy. Jesus. The decision regarding DC Comics canceling Batman spinoff over social media posts amid Charlie Kirk ooting was announced the same day the first issue launched, with the company saying that it was in response to the post or public comments that can be viewed as promoting hostility or violence, being in violation of its standards of conduct. My God, babe. So whole networks, whole movie theaters and studios could not even move forward in regular smuggler fashion and business because there was public backlash and people wanted to literally celebrate and grieve Charlie Kirk as if it was literally September 11th. I don't recall this much shit shutting down and accommodating the loss of any one person's motherfucking life than I've seen around the death of Charlie Kirk, from networks firing journalists and commentators to South Park pulling down fucking episodes to now DC Comics canceling the premiere of their fucking spinoff to accommodate the shallow ass feelings of MAGA, who apparently not only don't want to see any violence within this 48-hour window, But I don't know if you guys have seen it. All up under Justin Bieber's Instagram page, MAGA is harassing Justin Bieber, who's literally over there, just put out Swag 2, minding his weird ass floppy business, and they're all under his selfies like, you're not going to say anything about Charlie Kirk. You're not. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys. These people are out of control. This is why I titled the video, Charlie Luther King. You would have thought an entire king has transitioned. The way that these folk are showing their ass. Let me show y'all this. Is the post still up? Let me see here. I should have sent it to myself. Let me see. Oh, this is the wrong Justin Bieber page. I was about to say, this don't even look like his Instagram. Hold on. Let me find Justin Bieber's Instagram page. Oh, man. I got to log in to see his page. That's not going to happen. Jesus. Girl, but they're all under this man's page, berating the shit out of him, girl. Justin Bieber, who doesn't comment on any goddamn thing, girl. I mean, he won't even show you his baby's face, for God's sakes. And you're like, you're going to release music on this day? You're just going to ride your scooter? And Charlie Kirk is not alive. You're just going to change your baby's pamper? And you're not going to say anything? You're just going to go on and be a husband? And Charlie Kirk is no longer with us? You're just going to eat food and shower? And take care of your responsibilities? I mean, they have lost their minds. They've lost their minds. Oh, wait, I was on the right page. Okay, let's see here. Damn, it won't even let me pull up any of the comments. I'm doing this through Chrome. Shit. I'll post it on the community wall, y'all. Y'all have to fucking see it, girl. I'm low-key kind of shook, girl. I know MAGA is ridiculous and that this is a preposterous, emotionally dense, absurd group of people. But to, like, watch the absurdity in real time and watch, like, the over-dramatics and to watch this tokenism surrounding Charlie fucking Kirk when the world did not stop for Sandra Bland. It did not stop for Trayvon Martin. It didn't stop for Philando Castile. Hell, it didn't even stop for Michael Jackson's death, for goodness sakes. Like, someone who contributed deeply to the world in a philanthropist way, in a humanitarian way, with great content and music and art, and literally MAGA wants America to literally go the fuck to sleep and have a real genuine moment of fucking silence for a man who wasn't even officially a part of Trump's camp. I mean, talk about celebrating me more in my death than you even did my life. As I said earlier on in the live stream, they didn't even give the man a fucking helmet. So why are y'all now crowning him a goddamn king? Y'all out here trying to give Eric Adams a job in the Trump administration. You would have thought Charlie Kirk was the goddamn VP. The way that they are emoting over this man's passing. The man wasn't even on payroll. I feel like they're going harder for Charlie than they even would JD Vance. God forbid something happen. I mean, I feel like we're living in an episode of Black Mirror. Like we're living in the upside down. But not only is MAGA not letting up and wanting to incite violence against liberals and Democrats and sending bomb threats and shutting down HBCU'S and harassing the fuck out of Justin Bieber, who's just trying to take a motherfucking piss, firing commentators, snatching down South Park episodes. But the State Department, you guys, State Department warns immigrants not to mock, praise, or rationalize the death of Charlie Kirk on social media because it could lead to reviewing their legal status or having their visas blocked. Girl, you not only do you not have freedom of speech as far as MAGA is concerned, baby, you don't even have freedom of feeling. Baby, you can't feel no way, and you damn sure can't articulate whatever the way it is that you're feeling. The only people who are entitled to freedom of speech and freedom of emotion and freedom of thought and freedom of a brain and freedom of autonomy is the right. They're the only ones who can mock the handicap. They're the only ones who can mock the death of trans people. They're the only ones who can be insensitive. They're the only ones who can be homophobic. They're the only ones who can say whatever it is they want to say without recourse and without incident and without consequence. And everybody else better shut their goddamn mouth or else they face tangible penalty, such as the bombing of their school university. The very threat of their lives depends upon it. Or, God forbid, those goddamn immigrants. Trump will have their asses in El Salvador faster than this bitch. This is them saying essentially, bitch, y'all are walking on thin ice. And just wait until we are like a year into this, like a year and a half further into Trump's administration. The same threats and mockery and control that the DOJ think that they have, that the Trump administration thinks that they have over the least of them, I can't wait to see the way that they're going to be threatening Black people, natural-born citizens, foundational Americans, because it's coming. They're revving up the audacity. It's coming. It's coming. That's why I'm not even laughing at what's happening to the Latinx community or to the immigration community, girl. Because Trump is already in conversation with African prime ministers and African presidents as it relates to being able to traffic American immigrants over to Africa. And those prime ministers and presidents are saying that they're only interested in the American immigrants who have no criminal background and who are of African fucking descent. If y'all don't think, bitch, our name is not on the hit list, girl, it's coming. And I can't wait to see how this administration is going to have the nerve to threaten and to intimidate and to talk to Black ass people, because it's coming. It's coming, baby. We're only 9 months into this administration. This motherfucker got 3.5 motherfucking years, and they're trying to secure the spot for the Republicans from here on out, even after the ones threatened. A year from now, our citizenship is going to be threatened. A year from now, ICE is going to be pouring through urban communities. chasing down domestic terrorists. And I'm getting ready for it. I am getting ready for it. I'm getting ready for it. Matter of fact, hold on. Y'all don't believe me? Let me see if I can find this post. I think I sent it to me. I think I sent it to myself, girl. Let me tell you something. I spoke about this yesterday. And it shook me because it was the first sign, girl. The first objective sign, bitch, that they're coming for us in this particular fashion. We already know that it came for DEI. They done came for all that shit. They're coming for Section 8. They're coming for all things that they are assigned to blackness. But baby, the fact that they are human trafficking on an international level, and our government is working with African governments to deport Americans who are of African descent. Oh, right now it's going to start with the so-called illegals. Remember, this is the same administration that has no respect for the Constitution, no respect for the goddamn law. They don't care about breaking rules. They're not keeping their word, which is why there's so many there's so many ex-MAGA members. Let me tell you, this is going to be an entire shit show. An entire shit show, girl. Black folk, I hope y'all ain't really walking around thinking, bitch, that y'all got no type of favor, no type of goddamn footing, that y'all have no type of girl, that there's going to be some type of an exception made, girl, that you're going to be an American, but you're going to be an American slave. No, bitch. They're going to try to round our asses the fuck up out of here as well. It is coming, and they're already grooming the process by starting with immigrants of African descent first and foremost. Let me see if I can find this post. Y'all thumbs up. Should be in here because it wasn't that long ago. Oh, I hope I sent this to myself. Leandria UFO. Oh, I hope I sent this to myself. Every house. Nope. Let me see. Church, Takashi 69. Nope, nope, nope. Carisha 19. Nope. Oversight Committee Relief Epstein's birthday. Nope. I had to have sent it to myself, but I got so much shit in here. I was shook, y'all, when I saw this. You know, it's like when you know something is coming in theory, but like when you see it like in print, when you see it protrude out of the immaterial into the material world, and then it really, really, really makes it completely real. Yeah, I don't see it in here where I got the rest of my shit at. All right, I'll probably find an article and we'll come back another day and talk about it. But yeah, it's getting real. So yeah, the State Department is warned, girl, the immigrants, bitch, and your DEI hires don't say a goddamn thing. Now, more people who choosing to keep their goddamn mouth closed and who are shook at the girl because this Uda got hoes running left and right is Ben Shapiro, who has canceled his upcoming college speaking event, you guys. Ben Shapiro has canceled his upcoming speaking events amidst the murder of his close friend. People are in the comment section saying, oh, Ben, keep the same energy, girl. Y'all so big. Y'all so bad. Y'all so bold. Don't puss up now, baby. Don't fold up now, baby. Don't find a bed to run up under now, baby. Y'all out here preaching all this anti-GUN reform and telling surviving parents of children who have had their lives claimed by rapid gun violence to keep their head up. Keep your head up. Now we're seeing the right, girl. They can't even stand in the paint and stand in their village, in their steadfastness, in their vigilance. Ben Shapiro is getting the hell out of the way, bitch. Okay? He said, girl, he don't get paid enough to die for this performative ass shit that he's using as a grift like the rest of them. Because if Charlie Kirk known what he probably could have known ahead of time, his ass probably would have canceled all of his upcoming events as well. It's interesting to see the right now shooketh. And shooketh by an issue that they've been bucking up against. And the rooster has come back to motherfucking crow, baby. The death of Charlie Kirk has really changed shit for the, has changed the atmosphere, girl, of the right. Are we going to be seeing more rightists Skyping in their performances, FaceTiming in their performances? Are Trump going to sell a special edition titanium steel helmets for his kind and his base? Why is Ben Shapiro running? Why not ask the Proud Boys to be your personal security? Where were the Proud Boys when they left Charlie Kirk out there to get popped? They left Charlie Kirk in the hands of 6 measly Utah police officers. But I told y'all last year that they eat their own. Most of these people are opportunists. This base don't give a damn about each other. They don't even give a damn about their biggest players in wigs. I mean, hell, Trump got popped, for God's sakes. This is a very flimsy administration, girl. They don't, in fact, do a great job at protecting their own. Trump got popped. Now Charlie has been popped. Who's next? Some special edition helmets need to hit the market, girl. Shit's about to get thick. Now here's that ring cam footage, you guys. Check this out. This is the Uda on the way to the event. At this point, he's dressed in pants because he's concealing that rifle. Oh, let me see this. I gotta have some better footage than this. Oh, here it is. All right, footage shows person of interest. Here it is. Oh, he's running away at this point. Okay, he ran back the way he came. My God, today, hauling ass. All right, he's going to be okay. So this is him on the way to the event. He's going to have on his pants, and he's going to be walking with that limp I told you guys about. See here, because he got that gun. He got that rifle and that right pant. He's walking with the limp. Now we know he ain't got a limp because he hauling ass from the event, honey. Them feet work. He's concealing that rifle. And this is the college-age white male, the suspected ooter, making his way downtown, walking fast. Making his way downtown, girl. Okay, $100,000 reward for anybody who has any information on the suspect. Let's look at this one more time. No, he wasn't suspicious, Astro. He got the protection for the complexion. They can walk around with hoodies on. They can walk around with fucking capes on. They can walk around dressed like the Joker of Gotham, girl. No, nothing suspicious going on here. That's why we call it the complexion for the protection. No. A suspicious white man where? Remember all those Democratic judges who were unalived earlier this year or last year by that madman who was driving around in a fake patrol car in a fake police outfit, who had on an entire fucking face mask that was literally equivalent to Michael Myers ringing the doorbell of these people's homes and shooting their asses at point blank range. That shooter was literally stopped by police themselves. They pulled right up to the shooter in the mask, thinking he was an actual officer, asking him how he's doing and what's going on, trying to get briefed on what they're walking into, not even knowing that what they're walking into is his ass. An official police officer didn't even think anything unusual. A motherfucker sitting in a fake patrol car with a fucking mask on equivalent to Michael Myers, and you don't even call that in. Not to mention that the officer who spoke to the shooter, not even knowing they were the shooter, despite the fact that they were dressed like a shooter, told the chief of police that the person didn't even speak back to them. They were trying to ask them how they were doing, what was going on. The person was completely stoic, didn't even look their way, kept looking straight. The motherfucking officer didn't even call the shit the fuck in. That's how privileged these motherfucking people are. They can literally look like the criminal and look like the suspect. Just another beautiful day in the neighborhood, girl. Nothing unusual to see here because it's white people. Trayvon Martin can't even be on his way home from the corner store with his pop soda, Skittles, and hoodie on without being tracked across the damn field. The shooter could literally be interacting with the police in costume. And that's not even unusual because the suspect is ultimately white. Girl, you literally. This is why black folk can't do America. This is why, girl, we act, feel, and have the posture that we have. Get away from us with this Apollo. But all hell is continuing to break loose because chaos breaks out after man repeatedly yells F. Charlie Kirk during a candle-lit vigil. Check this out. An individual came to a Charlie Kirk vigil and yelled F. Charlie Kirk and got lynched. He got his ass thumped out and beat out by Mac. Let's watch that one more. Oh, what? Not a black person, not a sworn law-abiding, educated member of an HBCU. All this white on white crime, all these thugs and menaces to society. Where's Jesus? Where's the Christianity of it all? Where is the turning the other cheek? Where is the pray for those who offend you? Where is all this virtue? Wow. Got his ass beat, resurrected like Jesus on the third day of Easter, and still left with a big fat F. Charlie Kirk on the way out. My God, today. Talk about resilience. Talk about resilience. Is there more? Still F. Charlie. Wow.
Let him go. Fuck Charlie Kirk. Get out of here. Get him out of here. Get him the hey, he was hitting people. Get him the fuck out. Stop, dude. This guy.
What? The police are there and not even drawing their weapons? Girl, there would have already been 16 bullet holes in one of us. What? All this violence and chaos and this lynching and this violent mob against this one person who's only practicing their freedom of speech? And police haven't even drawn their weapons. They haven't even drawn mace upon the crowd. No tear gas, no bow and arrows. No, nothing. Because baby, when it's white, it is all right.
Oh, fuck. No, right.
Police officers, look at that. Just calm. He's stopping this mob of white people with his hands. He doesn't even need his mace or his gun. The motherfucking qualified immunity of whiteness of it all. I am shooketh. Wow. They didn't even draw their weapons. Not half of a weapon. Not 1/3 of a weapon. What? Police are not afraid? Where's all this fear that they typically have for black people? All this anxiety that all of a sudden manifests. And there are violent white people in the droves, beating up on one man simply because he's practicing and asserting his First Amendment. And the police officers watch perpetual violence against one motherfucking man and don't even pull out their baton to discipline and subdue this crowd. They use their fucking hands. Wow. It must be so nice to be the color of rice. It must be so nice to be the color of rice. All right, one more slide for you guys. Here's that suspect again. FBI releases images. Okay, remember, he had on them jeans, girl. But baby, he was in them drawers on his way out the door, bitch. They need the public's help.
Suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age.
Of college age. And y'all are wanting and considering and entertaining, restricting guns from trans folk and not white males who make up the majority of mass shooters, psychopaths, serial killers. Talk about the deflection of it all. I want to read you guys something. Then I'm going to drop the link real quick and let you guys sound off, because I'm sure you guys have some thoughts. Oh, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. I want to show you guys. I want to read you guys this. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up the video. Oh, do I have it? Wait a minute. I thought I had it. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I could have sworn I had it. Damn. I might have to post that to my community wall too. Oh, no, here it is. Nope, no, it's not. Okay. I don't have it. It was a nice little rundown. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. My girl might have it, because I got this off somebody's page. Hold on. We're coming, you guys. Let me see, Cyan. Okay, hold on. Let me see. All right. Yep. I got it. I want to read this to you guys, and I'm going to drop the link. You guys run the likes up. All right. So, you know, the right and their hypocrisy, calling for empathy, something that Charlie Kirk didn't even believe in. These are the same people, right? The man who targeted and unalived Democratic State Rep Melissa Hortman was a Trump supporter. The man who targeted the home of Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro was a Trump supporter. The man who wanted to hang Mike Pence on January 6th were Trump supporters. The man who targeted and unalived the son of Obama-appointed District Judge Esther Celeste was a Trump supporter. The man who tried to kidnap Nancy Pelosi and assaulted her husband was a Trump supporter. The men who were convicted trying to kidnap Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer were Trump supporters. The man who sent pipe bombs to the homes of Obama and Biden was a Trump supporter. There is zero equivalent or even similar list of Obama or Biden supporters who have carried out similar murders, attempted murders, or violent attacks. I think that's worth noting. Now, I'm going to drop the link. Bloop. If there's anybody in the comment section who want to chime in and give their thoughts on what's going on in our political climate or the show tonight and some of the things you've seen and heard here, hit the link. And we're not going to be here all night, so you must come now or forever hold thy peace. All right. I just dropped the stream yard linkity link. Oh, hi, Rumors.
Hey, Conscious. Good morning.
Grand Rising.
Good morning, crew. Make sure y'all hit that thumbs up and share.
Yes. What are your thoughts?
I know I don't have any feelings.
Nope.
You know, they're not even numb. I just don't have any feelings.
Indifferent.
Yeah. The conspiracies, you know, they're all so top tier. You know, that anything
can be possible.
You know, can be possible. You know, the power of the tongue is a very strong thing. And not to even, because I don't have any feelings, so I don't, you know, but it's just like, for me, the caucasity of it all.
Oh, baby.
Like, you know, for those that, you know, are trying to make this our issue.
Clarissa Shields and Umar, are you talking about our own who are trying to make
No, you know what? I'm going to, in this moment, not that I agree. I'm just giving them grace. You know, because the reality, many of us, I'm not saying Dr. Umar was not familiar with this person. I would not be surprised if he, you know, one of the rare ones knew. I don't think Clarissa knows anything about this man. And even though there's been enough since it happened.
But Clarissa is aware that the man she's with is still somebody else's husband.
Right. But, you know, I'm giving grace, you know, because I just feel like this is a moment to give us, like, you know, grace. You know, because I don't have no feelings. I don't have no feelings. And the only reason why I even hit the link is because the caucasity of it all.
Mm.
Like, so you're openly you're just throwing shit to see what's going to stick on the wall, to have a justifiable excuse when there is no excuse to mistreat other human beings, a certain demographic of human beings, the caucasity of it all.
Do you think that the retaliation is a grandiose receipt that MAGA is filled with racist lunatics, since they had zero information about the suspect and yet went to send bomb threats to the Democratic National Convention and to HBCUs across the country?
It's everyone's fault. If we really sit in, and I mean, no one should be surprised though. It's everyone's fault. Look who they idolize. Look who their leader is, no matter if he's a puppet, no matter, like, look who they chose. There's no true rational thought patterns. It's just because we say it, that's what it is. What I find completely, what I do find baffling but not surprising is the fact that, okay, you're trying to make this person a martyr, right? All of his talking points, his beliefs, his theories, his way of life suggests that we take the same attitude, right? And yet you're crucifying people who are actually demonstrating, who are really demonstrating,
believe in empathy.
What? Like that literally demonstrated and handed out a blueprint in all of his talking points of how we should feel in this type of situation. The irony of it all, the very, very situation that the irony of it all. So it's like, okay, listen to my people and even to our allies, our true, authentic allies. Stand firm. It's not important. And what is important about it is that we should not lose focus on everything else that's happening, and stay ready. Don't get ready. You should be ready now. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready, and don't be surprised by anything that is currently going on, because all of this is like smoke and mirrors, but it's definitely designed. It's a real thing. It's designed for a greater purpose, but it's only going to be a greater purpose if we stay focused and alert. Let them get out here and do whatever they want to do in regards to others, and just stay fucking ready. I'm going on mute because somebody else is up here.
Keep your head on the swivel, people. Sunny, welcome to the platform. Dark Sugar.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
How are you, love? Good to see you.
I am awesome. It is good to see and hear from you as well. Although you were sounding off in the comment section, so I am eager to hear.
Yes, I was literally typing you a DM when you came up with that video clip of the guy talking about the baseball signal. Oh my gosh. Okay. So this is me coming from a conspiracy standpoint, since that's, what's spinning right now. But my conspiracy is that I think that this was an inside job that was meant to not just shift the narrative and change the focus. One, change the focus of the MAGA cult, for real, that was starting to turn against the president and his regime, especially behind the Epstein situation, right? So I feel like this was a optimal diversion to get them off of that and onto something else, because the only thing that rallies them more is being assaulted. I guess is the best way to say it. Correct. And so it's something like this would not only incite them in that way, but it is easy to politicize, which they did immediately before they even knew if he had survived. They were already making announcements saying that this lands in the laps of Democrats, yada, yada, right?
Want to avenge him.
There you go. And this was politicians making these announcements. This was press conferences and an Oval Office address, within minutes. So, but I also feel like it was like a perfect storm of multiple things, because it also assists with the issue that they're having with Black folks, where we are not taking the bait for them to be able to justify martial law on everyone. Because we have shown out, right? So now you say something like this, and people that normally would push back against it, i.e. MAGA, will go along with it because they believe the martial law will be instilled as a protection for them and other people that think like them, right? They don't think it's something that is meant to restrict them as well. So two things in one go that you get with that situation. Plus, they picked the perfect person for it, because if you had to choose someone in that entire circle of just propagandizing and just inflammatory talk, this was the ideal person to choose that would draw the least empathy and who had the longest trail of history and provable history of being against all of those type of things, being against empathy, being against any type of Second Amendment reform, saying that even children that are being unalived in these mass, situations at school are just basically casualties of a necessary, he used the word necessary, battle to protect our quote unquote God-given right to carry. So you literally are killing three birds with one stone in this situation, right? So I say all that to say, my theory is that it was an inside job because of the two men standing under the tent with him to his right. So the shot was perfectly between his the muscle on the left side of your neck and where your thyroid meets that muscle, which is right into your jugular, right? Perfect artery hit. This is very precise. One. So that is not some random person off the street. Two, the two men behind him, as you showed in the video, well, you actually showed one, but I'm going to send you another clip of with the angle that I saw that caught my attention, and I zoomed in, baby. I was like, what did I just see? Because I actually watch baseball. I enjoy it. So I was like, did that man just do a umpire signal? I was like, what the hell is it about? So when I zoomed in and looked, I realized not only did he do one, but the man standing next to him did. So the man in the white hat, and there's a man in a black shirt directly next to him that's taller than him. And they're both to the right of Charlie. As this question starts, as actually the question before the one he's answering, saying, gang violence, the whole. So before he said that statement, the thing he said before that was a response to the person asking, how many mass shootings have trans people been responsible for, since he's saying that they are just so dangerous, right? And he says, too many. Right. I feel like that was like the moment. I really do believe that the topic of conversation was an important moment for them to capitalize on. I do not think it was accidental that it happened in that particular segment. Correct. Of all the things that had been said up to that point, that was pivotal that it happened during that moment. And then ending it, like it was 2 for 1. He went LGBT straight to black. Like it was boom, 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 back to back. So as he's saying that first statement about transgender people, the man with the white hat touches the brim of his hat and then brings his right hand to his hat and then hand to the chin. That signal is what an umpire does in baseball to signify to the other referees that is time that we're this is setting up a play. Right? That's literally what that means. Setting up a play, and it is a signal to the rest of them. Right?
Yeah.
And it happens during an in-game situation. Okay, keep that in mind. So now the guy next to him, as soon as he finishes that signal, he sees him. He looks at him doing it. He finishes it, and he immediately sticks out his right arm, brings his left hand to the elbow, and drags it across his chest. That motion in baseball actually is indicative of what's called a dead ball. Dead ball means that the batter was hit by the pitch.
Cleared.
So, correct. So you have the first person signaling to set up the play, send the pitch, right? Incoming pitch, basically, letting all the referees know, game on.
Yeah.
And then you have the second person signaling that the pitch will hit the batter, basically. And as soon as his left hand goes down from making that motion across his chest, boom. Now, I have another angle of it from inside. It looks like a student center, possibly. And it's just all ceiling to floor windows. In that very moment that he finishes the signal, because you can see him from that window, and then you hear the boom. If you look at the building across from the student center area, which is to the left of Charlie Kirk, where these windows are, you can look directly across the lawn onto the building, which, I'm sure if I do some, online measuring, I have no doubt in my mind that distance is for sure within 200 yards. It's not more than 200, but it is definitely no less than 150. It is for sure further than, longer than a football field distance. But you see a man in all black stand up, but remain in a crouched position, and he begins to walk off. Now, he walks off before the sound of the bullet, because we have to remember how sound works, the traveling of that noise. There's going to be a delay for what we hear after he pulls the trigger, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So he knows he pulled the trigger. So he's already standing up, and his back is now to the crowd as they all duck down. He is already in motion and walking and going around a pillar on the roof once everybody starts taking off running. There's no way for him to have indicated that something had gone down yet if he was not the person that triggered what went down, because the sound had not made it to the ears of the people yet.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
So that, to me, the process of all of that, the fact that these two guys are on his team and they were the ones that ran to him when it happened. They're also part of the group of men that carried him to the truck afterwards. To me, that is just too much
synchronized.
There you go.
Event. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It's too many ironies. It's too
much to be a conspiracy. I mean, too much to be a coincidence.
It's too much intentionality. Like, is it like the coincidence of all of the baseball signaling being used as a communication tool? I mean, it's the range of it all. It is too obvious. Like, it's too obvious. And it's crazy though that commenter who was analyzing the footage, like, he clocked it. He was like, look.
Yeah, he did. As soon as he said it, when you played that, I literally froze because I was looking at my phone, typing you the message. And I was like, did he just say, oh my God? I was like, I'm so glad that I got that validation that somebody else clocked it for what it was. Because I was like, why would this don't even make sense? Like, even if he would just happen to be doing that motion, for the guy beside him to follow up with something that is very specifically baseball, umpire and referee terminology, not even terminology because it's signals, but there's no way. It's one thing you can maybe brush it off if it was just the first guy, but the second guy sealed the deal for me. And it just blew my mind. And I felt like, no, this is actually a well orchestrated plan to cause the very chaos that you just said the night before all of this was on the way.
Do you think that these were the two alleged suspects that were taken into custody and let go of? No.
No, I don't.
Those people were, because like what would have had to have been identified to have made whomever were the two suspects, because there had to be some, like these people had to be doing something that was sticking out like a sore thumb, unless there really is no suspects at all. That's just.
There you go. That's what I was just about to say. I think it's because they just needed to quiet and quell the anger and look like they were onto something, because especially the older man, the first one. There you go. The first man, he actually is in other videos. If you look at other people's cell phone video, he was in the front row. He was a part of the audience. You can clearly see him. His hands never came up. He never fired anything. It is easily provable that he had nothing to do with anything. I think that what he said afterwards, or at least what people are alleging that he said, is what made him an easy target to be like, oh, you're a part of it, and we're going to march you out of here so that everybody sees we're handling this. Yeah. Because it just, there was no way. And the angle, he cannot be to that far in front of him and to his right to get a perfectly straight hit on the left of his neck. He just wasn't in the right position. I know. I go to the range. I'm certified.
And that was a KILL shot.
Yes.
So, but can I ask you a question, Sonny? Hey, boo.
Hey, love, how are you?
Even though I stated what I stated, and I'm standing on it, but to entertain, your talking points, do you think? I don't think that the one that had the white hat on, I don't think he was the one to pull the trigger, obviously, right? But do you think that he was a part of, I'll use the term crew. Do you think he was, a part of those that were in plot? And maybe, that's why he threw them arms up, thinking that, they up there calling baseball, not calling, but, using baseball signals, and he up here using football signals, because he could be like, one of the crazy, MAGA cousins,
Right. But I don't think so at all. I just think I think that was the coincidence of the situation. Him and the older man that were arrested. I think they were the coincidences. I don't think that anything else that we witnessed was coincidence outside of that. I believe that everything we need to know and any suspect that we need to find will be easily traced by following the money. Just look at payroll. Who's on payroll? Payroll was involved.
I definitely don't feel like it was random. I definitely don't feel like this was like an outside, like whatever agendas they're trying to, they want to, in my opinion, it will be something they'll try to use, the LGBTQAI plus community as, behind this. Well, even them trying to say even, the Democratic Party, like, but I do believe strongly that this was an inside job.
100%.
That I believe.
100%. And I think that what we saw today with the lockdown on several HBCU'S, by the way, I'm in Hampton, Virginia. So HU was shut down today as well. I'm literally down the street from campus. So I think this was the fallout that they were hoping would happen. I think that they were hoping that the assumption and the ire and the vitriol would immediately turn to, of course, like you said, Black people, Democrats, liberals, LGBT, like it. And I think that, like I said, the timing of when that boom came, what he was saying, the two sentences he said prior to that, because he was talking to the same guy. The same guy was pitching these questions, in rebuttal to what he had, said to the audience. I think that the timing of it was specifically on those questions so that it was an easy, point A to B for all the observing people, whether you were in person or online watching, the stream of it. I think that they needed to have a very simple A happened and B is how we should respond, because you have to think about the audience that they're catering to. It didn't need to be Inspector Clouseau's whodunit. They don't have to think that deep. They wanted it to be an easy point the finger, you know, and just to really solidify that, I do believe that's why press conferences were held immediately at the White House and on the steps of Congress before they even knew his status. They couldn't even speak to if he was alive or not, you know, or confirm if he had actually been shot, excuse me, or if there was or if an incident, you know, what the incident really was, because what people are not really speaking on about this situation is the only real feed of this was a small content creator that goes to these things and interviews people, you know, at these events. He was the one that happened to be streaming that caught the angle that everyone is using that was able to confirm what happened. And, you know, from what I saw, anybody that could truly see him clearly from where they were standing had no question that what happened to him was the end of him. You know, like, I saw the aftermath. It was so fast that his physical body didn't have time to react. Like, he didn't even have time to be shocked that he had got hit, you know? Like, it was just, it sat him up straight, and then he literally went to move, and that was it. It was like freeze frame. There was no reaction from him.
You know what scares and what concerns me about this is that, to your point, it's the perfect recipe for all of the disaster and controlled chaos that they want. It does and has effectively kind of suspended this obsession over the Epstein files. It's completely kind of regrouped the MAGA base that was falling apart. This kind of has seemingly created a trauma that they can bond over. And this is an open opportunity to slander the left, but even more sinisterly, they could honestly use this now as the perfect decoy to actually start assassinating prominent members of the left, and with the false context that this is the retaliatory fallout.
That's right.
Other lunatic white people who are avenged, because they use the word avenge. We're going to avenge. Like, this could be a part of a bigger picture to start helping important Democratic and liberal personalities and pundits and politicians. And if that happens, man, we are really, really going to be in. But either way, we have to worry about that, because we know that for the dumbasses who are not kind of like in on this whole thing, they're going to be probably some copycat retaliatory killers who are just going to use this opportunity anyway to be unhinged, because some of those folk are already unhinged. And I'm just kind of curious about just how out of control is this going to get, and what does this mean for the left? Like, what a swivel can you put your head on when you are a public figure? Or hell, is this where being the leader of the free world and being a politician, like, this is where the shit gets real? Like, some of y'all about to really put it on the line, because this is what it's really always been about. But we've just never had a situation that have made the stakes this high. And now that the stakes are just high, are we about to see the onslaught of both prominent people from the left and the right getting chipped the fuck off? Because it's going to create just an interesting fallout. Like, there's already been like 3-4 assassination attempts on Trump alone since he's been president, and he's only been president for a fucking year. I mean,
exactly, not even a year. But I do think
if they're trying to touch the president, how much more fucking vulnerable are the Maxine Waters and the Jasmine Crockett's and the Don Lemons, who are growing in visibility by the day and popularity by the day, and whomever else? Like, I'm starting to get concerned for those folk.
I'm concerned for all of us, to be very honest. You know, in regard to what you're saying about how far is this going to go, I think that this will be something that has fallout for regular citizens as well. I do think that that is a eventual destination that we will get to. I think that we will soon learn how well armed the militia is, as they say, for the Second Amendment. I think it's all going to come to head. And this has been a slow leap, because let's be very clear, this is not a new thing, what happened to him, nor is it the only thing that happened this year outside of Trump. Just in June, I think it was Minnesota, the congresswoman and her husband and their dog were taken out by MAGA. She's Democrat. There was also the whole Pelosi situation and her husband, which, by the way, Kirk made fun of. He retweeted Don Jr.'s post of, you know, the tighty whities and a hammer, saying that would be his costume for Halloween. You know, of course, January 6th for sure let us know that they were with it and it could get turned up at any moment. And I just feel like they allowed the slow drip to continue. They continue to help the fracture, as they keep calling it. The nation is fractured. I think they continued to help that fracture stay, you know, severed. And I feel like this moment was pivotal in fully breaking the bone. You know, like that was the moment where it went from a fracture to a clean break, and we're going to see what it looks like to be broken. And it is really bad timing when it comes to having such diabolical situations going on when it comes to our international relationships, and how we're alienating our allies. And now we have met the inevitable end that we all knew was coming when it comes to our so-called enemies that he tried to cozy up with. They have made it clear that they got what they needed out of him, and now they're going to join forces and do as they please with the rest of the world and us as well, you know, when the opportunity presents. And I think that they all knew exactly what intuitively I've been feeling, and what I've said on here with you before, that I think everybody is paying attention and waiting for us to descend into civil war so that they can take that moment of weakness and us being off guard and distracted to be able to topple the empire, you know?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think that people are not paying enough attention to the patterns of this administration. They're so focused on 45, even though I understand why, but they're not focused enough on the real masterminds that are orchestrating all of this. It's almost like people are waiting for things to happen in chronological order, when they're not realizing that everything, from the example of Project 25, every tactic that they've used to basically incite, which I believe is what they're trying to do, as I'm agreeing with you, Sonny. I believe wholeheartedly they're trying to incite, you know, a civil war. And by all means, they're literally activating these tactics, not one by one, but simultaneously.
That's right. The blitz.
And that's the reason why I think that, you know, they know that, you know, people are easily distracted because they're so polarized by one thing, and they lose track and focus on everything that's happening, you know, like, and I truly, truly believe that by any means that they can, your concerns, Conscious, are literally 100% valid, because I do think there's about to be like these simultaneous unalivings at a higher rate, just like we saw when he was in office the first time. I don't think it's just going to be prominent people in regards to like politicians per se. I think it's going to be the everyday person. I think like what we saw the first term from that man is absolutely nothing compared to what we're about to, and what we are seeing and about to see. And I can't emphasize this enough. for us to like really prepare ourselves in a way where when everything comes at once, you're just, you know what I mean, you may not be able to tackle everything that comes at once for yourself, but be able to at least have some type of defense for what's to come.
Exactly.
Because we have not seen the worst of it. We have not.
We haven't. And it's really important what you said too, that we remember that it is pivotal for what they really want to do, which is, and when I say they, I mean our government. What they really want to do is honestly the plot from the movie The Purge. If you have not seen that, I implore everyone to please watch it, because Trump's entire campaign run was stolen directly from the script. And I'm talking from the slogans, the color of the campaign, you know, the fact that the cabinet was filled with CEOs of the major corporations and conglomerates, you know, of our nation. Every single thing that has gone down happened in that film many, many years before he ever even announced that he was thinking of running for the first time. And I don't know if that was from the mind of Stephen Miller or who, you know, saw that and was like, that's exactly what we want to do. And so we're going to run a parody of it, because they have parodied it. But it is extremely important for us to devolve into a civil war, because that is the thing that is prescribed in the Constitution that allows a president to implement a National Guard situation and to be able to
remain in power, because he's talked about causing a war in order to stay in office.
That's right. And I can't think of the phrase that I was trying to say, but you know what I'm speaking of. It's basically the wars, not civil war, but just a war term that's the equivalent of a national emergency that they would declare for a hurricane. But this is what the Constitution requires to happen in order for him to have the unilateral power to say this himself without requiring permission and, you know, voting of the Congress to be able to invoke it. And furthermore, it also opens up the door for him to have permission to then take hold of bank accounts of the citizens, be able to utilize our money for anything that they see fit, to be able to fund whatever protection and rules and any rollout that they want to pay for. They are able to seize our FDIC insured accounts to be sure that they have the money to do what's necessary in that type of moment. And I do believe that has always been the plan. And honestly, if you download Project 2025, it is still available for download, but not for to buy a hard copy. But if you look through it, there are sections that are specifically speaking to this type of tactic, because that's not the end goal. We have to keep that in mind. This is not the end goal. This is just another step in the process that they have been executing step by step with precision.
It's all written. They had their worldview and their strategy and their blueprint mapped out for the rest of us. And the world just couldn't believe it and was caught up in a bunch of bullshit. And the right was saying that it was left-wing propaganda, because we've seen them try to deflect before by putting I'm not even a Democrat or a liberal, but by putting their shit on liberals and Dems, the way that they tried to blame the left for the invention of Project 2025. Oh no, that's just left-wing propaganda to paint the right as this, that, and the third. And that's why I'm saying all that I'm saying right now and right here. They're going to continue to use this opportunity to incite danger and violence, and they have a real stick up their ass for the Black community who ain't got shit to do with this, and yet HBCUs were shut down and Black people were targeted immediately. But that's the other thing that you pointed out, Sonny, is not only the like coordination of the assassination itself that was a dead giveaway, but it was the immediate whistleblowing from the top as it relates to deflecting onto the left. I was like, man, this shit is so like, it's so systematic. It's so calculated.
Indeed.
It was like literally that it was a whole play. It was a
scripted.
whole fucking play.
Not only was it systematic, Conscious, it's like what is really, really baffling is the fact that these people are so mega supporters, are so like delusional to the extent that they be confused at the blatant obvious agenda of this man and his party. Like one thing about it, he was vague during his campaign, but he was very, I mean, he told some lies, but he was vague for the most part, right? Yeah. But since he's been in office from the very beginning, the first day of him being in the office, he's been very, very honest in what his agenda is. And these people, like, they're just shocked. Like, they don't understand. I have to believe these people just don't really comprehend that they literally identify with his racism. But because of the racism, they ignore, they just went with that. They ignored that this man is also a class, like, he's heavy into classism. So they really like don't understand the whole phrase, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. They don't see that. Like, when it comes to this man, they see he's really one of them. And it's crazy as hell that they don't really get that he feels like, no, I'm not one of you. Like, I am not one of you.
I'm glad you said that.
They're not going to see it as long as he's breadcrumbing them, because by giving them pieces of the things that they want, it helps to keep him looking like he's one of them.
That's right. But she's right about that, and I agree with both of you. And it's important. I wish that MAGA would see it that way, especially because if what we witnessed and the way that I saw it is what really is happening, and this truly was inside, and a job that was orchestrated from the top, that should be proof in the pudding for everyone that he's not just classist. He is specifically classist for the elite of the elite, not the 1%, the top 0.1%, because Charlie Kirk is the 1%, and he was expendable for the plot if it went down the way that it looks like it went down. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way. If you think that you matter and that you are potentially have made enough money, you're wealthy enough to, regardless of skin color, you got enough green to be a part of the game, you're delusional. You're absolutely out of your mind, because even he, as wealthy as he is, as much as he is absolutely a tool being used to continue this propaganda, he still wasn't important enough to them and to the mission to not be sacrificial lamb, at least in my opinion. And that should tell everybody where you stand.
Absolutely. I am, and I'm gonna mute and let Rashonda talk, but I am definitely like looking at these people like, you're crazy as hell. And the whole hoopla of the Epstein files, right? I'm just gonna be 1,000 with y'all. The majority of MAGA, not all, but the majority, are literally swapping with first cousins and out here, abusing minors and things of that nature. They don't give a damn about the Epstein files. They don't care. They're like-minded people. And I just feel like the ones that were outraged are the ones that are in positions of authority. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they're in positions of authority. And so those ones are the ones that were like a threat that had him, like, not just him, but his team, his whole, his team, I believe they were like the ones that were like really ruffled and one just want them to be silenced. But to me, it's like a bigger picture because like they know that this man is literally a criminal. They know this. They don't care. They don't care. So I like when people are like, they think it's a distraction from the Epstein, like that was not going to be the demise of 47. That was not going to be the end of his presidency, like no matter what. So it's going to be something else and something else and something else after this. It just simply is.
But that's why I really mean that everybody should watch The Purge. I think it'll give you a new perspective on what we have been living through since his first presidency and help you understand Project 2025 better as well, because a lot of what is in there is also in that movie. It is what their agenda was, and most important of the entire series, because there's more than one film in that series now. But the most important thing was what Trump has pitched before, which is not having any future elections. That's what they did when they got their Trump-esque leader in office as president, and he was just like him. It was a relatively, just famous, not anything in politics man who was a CEO and known for his money and his flagrant and outlandish ways, became the president. He put in all of the CEOs that run the big, the big five basically, and commodities in the nation. And then once they were all in office, they took that opportunity to then stop the electorate. Elections were no longer necessary because we weren't voting for anyone in the movie. There was no need to vote in America because now they had turned the nation into a corporation, which we technically already are, but they made it official that we were a corporation. And now we were being run by a board of executives and no longer elected executives with a cabinet. So, and like I said, they have said this on their own. The current administration has used very similar terminology to explain what they're up to, what their goal is, and they have gaslit MAGA into agreeing with it and saying that, yeah, once you're in, we don't need to vote anymore. You can stay president forever. We should have more, longer term limits or no term limit at all. They have gotten them to buy into this concept, which is literally the demise of their existence. Like, because once that happened in the film and in reality, if you really play out how that would work, there is nothing left for you to do but to genuinely be a slave to the machine. And for once, you won't be able to pretend like you're not, because we already are that. We just have just enough freedom to convince ourselves that we're not.
And they really did need this because he was losing his base. His poll numbers continue to be at a staggering low. So they needed a boost. They needed something to glue the base back together again. I don't know if this is gonna quite do it, but they're gonna press the gas on it because I'm looking at his numbers right now. Trump's job ratings stayed negative. Americans expressed strong support for the jab. Americans' views of President Donald Trump's jobs performance remain negative amid a flurry of activity from his administration on tariffs, immigration, and public health, according to the latest NBC News Decision Desk poll powered by SurveyMonkey. Notably, the poll shows U.S. adults expressing strong bipartisan support for the jab, as Trump's Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has moved to limit certain shots. The poll was conducted before Democratic and some Republican senators sparred with Kennedy over the jab access during a contentious congressional hearing last week. Respondents said they prefer leadership with political experience over outsiders who will shake things up amid a second Trump presidency defined by sweeping and rapid change. Just over 1 in 10 Americans, 43%, approve of Trump's job performance in a survey similar to his standing in June, while 57% disapprove. Trump's weakest ratings are on economic matters, with 39% approving of his handling of inflation and 41% approving of his handling of trade and tariffs. Americans continue to give the president stronger grades on his handling of immigration. The poll asks slightly different wording to different halves of the respondents. Those asked whether they approve of Trump's handling of border security and immigration give Trump a 74% approval rating on the issue, but those asked whether they approve of Trump's handling of deportations and border security amid his administration's aggression deportation program give Trump a slightly lower 43% approval rating on the issue. The NBC News Decision Desk poll, powered by SurveyMonkey, surveyed 30,000 adults online from October 13th to September the 1st and has a margin of error of plus or minus 1.9% points on his handling different issues on the presidency approval. Overall, the polls show not just overall feelings leaning against Trump, but also the intensity of those feelings. Voter enthusiasm will be critical in elections later this year and in the midterm elections in 14 months. The poll asks Americans to describe their feelings about Trump's presidency. Yeah, I mean, they needed this. They needed Charlie Kirk in more ways than one. They needed this event. And they kind of know they have one shot, which is why I'm really concerned, because, I mean, the stakes are so high and they're doing so bad that they're going to have to go to the extreme in this opportunity that they've created.
Well, it's my personal belief that they already have some people lined up. Honestly, I believe that, I don't know who those people could be, but I believe that they have people lined up to orchestrate, for the next big, I don't even want to say it like that because it's really sad, honestly. But I do think they have a list of targets. And I don't know, if it's a pick, pull a name out the hat type thing, or you know what I mean? But I do believe it is very important. And that's why I do understand that they have already unalived some Dems, but I feel like it will be
more to come.
More people people that are not necessarily in politics, but like a Charlie, not necessarily with his, beliefs and talking points, but someone that will, rile the people up. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like they're gonna do, when it comes to the Dems party, I really think they're trying to force their hands, to retaliate in a way, because a lot of times the Dems seem to be very passive, always. Well, I know they're not the perfect party out of the two, they're they have their ish too, but it seems like the way their tactics of responding and retaliating is so
it's because it's because the Dems are actually bipartisan, and they try to practice the go high when they go low, and the work together and to find the middle. But the right is so terribly competitive and agenda driven, and this is not about working together to find a middle for both sides. These people want a lopsided marriage, and they want one where they're the head and the rest of us just submit and are subservient to that. They don't want equality. They don't want to meet the needs of anybody else. They have a particular agenda, and to Sonny's point, it's super elite. So it's going to be interesting to see, even when the middle class and the so-called upper class realize that they're on this hit list as well, because this man is not in service of just whiteness. He's in service of the actual elite of the elite. So everybody else gotta go.
That's right.
Do you guys know that I went back and did more research? I had learned this, but I had to refresh myself. I studied both parties and in the last couple of months, and it is so super strange to me how each party like switched tactics. And I don't understand, maybe because some of the old Dems are no longer here or whatever the case is, but I remember when I first discovered how brutal the Dems were. This is before they took on the name Democrats, and vice versa with the Republicans. And I'm just like, when are we going to stop trying to like pat the dog on the head when we know that this dog is, you know what I mean, like a trained unaliver, like it is vicious, you know. This is the characteristic of this dog. Like you cannot take that route when you're dealing with this party. You just can't. I don't know.
I mean, the Dems know that they're not going to be able to get too far playing fair with a party that's cheating, and that's lawless. However, the Dems are also cowarding down because of that, because they know that if they go to do the same things, that the full gamut of the law is going to be applied. They won't even be able to like actually meet the Repubs equally on the same game, since the Repubs right now, the extreme right now, kind of is in control of the board that everybody has is playing chess on top of. So that's why I was saying earlier, like the Dems are just going to have to realize that this is the part where they have to make a sacrifice, and they're going to have to stand on business. Like instead, what they're doing is kind of like self-preserving. But yeah, like this is when shit gets metaphorically bloody. This is when rubber meets the motherfucking road, and true leadership has to stand in its place. And I don't know how the fuck we're going to get out of this as a people. But it looked like it's going to be by blood.
It won't be diplomacy, I can tell you that. Yeah. Well past that point.
It's going to be by diplomacy at
That's the word, Sonny. That is the word. Because I'm really like,
and we thought, and here's also the gag. We thought that we were doing something by like boycotting these businesses and Targets, etc. But hell, that obviously doesn't even mean anything, because Trump is boycotting the entire economy of the country. So it's just like, I don't even know what the weaknesses is of the other side, because it's not even really money at this point. They're taking money out of Americans' hands, out of American pockets, inflation, rise of rent, and they know this is going toward an extreme social collapse. They know that they're going to create a bigger impoverished pool of Americans. So I'm like, well, if we're down here at the base of the pyramid calling ourselves boycotting and shutting shit down, when that's the same type of time that they fucking own too. They're shutting shit down. They're crashing businesses, corporations, small businesses, etc. We have more unemployed folk than we do available jobs. Like, this is all by design. So it seems like we need to go back to the drawing board as well in terms of figuring out exactly what this beast is constructed of and where the weaknesses are within this beast that we are fighting.
They were prepared. They are prepared. They know all the moves. They know, like we give the same response every time the country is in an uproar. We literally have the same response, the same tactics. Again, I can't stress it enough. The only thing, and to be honest, we're already in war. Mm-hmm. We're just not, you know what I mean? Like we're just not out here per se on a physical battlefield unaliving each other in large numbers. You understand what I'm saying? Like, but we already are in a war, and the only way to get out, like you said, is through bloodshed. and nobody wants to, you know what I mean? Nobody's ready to sacrifice themselves. Nobody, you know what I mean? Like, and I get it, but I don't get it. Because whether you are choosing to say it's all or nothing, they're telling you it's all or nothing. That's what's, huh?
No, I was agreeing with you. I said indeed. And I think that the hard pill to swallow for all of us is that we are in a place now where we have to be rogue. Like, the truth is, we're going to have to accept that the only way out of this is to match lawlessness with lawlessness. And I mean that in many ways, because we are in a point in time that is a perfect combination for a cataclysmic collapse. Like Conscious said, we have lost financial recourse. Withholding our monies is not an option, because I've even thought as far as like, okay, what if we decided that we're going to withdraw from the government, period, that we will no longer allow taxes to be taken from our checks. Everybody immediately, change your W-2s to have zero withholding, no longer pay into this system. Don't just withhold your money from the companies, withhold it from the government itself. Don't file your taxes, like genuinely put a strangle on that. If we have to start leaving the companies that, you work for, like genuinely revolt against the system. But even then, like I said, it is the multi-pronged situation, because even in that situation, they're prepared for that. They're hoping that we step back, because they're waiting to deploy levels of AI and robotics to replace us anyways for free employment. So that has gone. Trying to elect our way through this and replace these people in position is not necessarily something that is going to resolve this either. And the underlying problem is that we started taking this seriously too late, because this plan is over 40 years in the making. Project 2025 is not something that's new, that just came around when Trump showed up. It actually started in 1981, I believe, and it was called the Mandate for Leadership or something of that nature. But this has been something that has been in the works, and they have been executing it page by page. And I really do mean that. I know it's a long document, but it is worth the read. Please take the time to familiarize yourself with it and to see what they have done in that booklet up until Trump showed up, and what Trump has accomplished and taken off with since he got into office the first time. They have been strategically executing this for quite some time. When they couldn't get it through one way, they found another. And step by step, come hell or high water, they have been playing the long game. Slowly but surely, one by one, they have accomplished these things. And we're just noticing it now because they're ramming it down our throats at rapid speed. And that is what has piqued our intrigue, our concern, and made us really pay attention. So we are behind in this game. We were in a game and didn't even know it for decades.
Yeah, it's something I've said numerous of times. One thing that I've noticed, and I'm speaking specifically to my community, one thing I notice is that when it comes to not only the politics, but it seems like I know it's battle fatigue. I know it is battle fatigue, but it seems like we're just so easily distracted, and then we're lazy. It's like the whole crumb method that's been, implemented into our community. It's like people are just like, I don't know, like you just cannot. I think that's the biggest lesson for me, is that you can never, ever let your guard down and be distracted. You have to stay vigilant, focused, and aware of what's going on. A lot of people really don't know. If it ain't on the news, a lot of people don't know what's going on within the government, and you can't even trust the news outlets. Like, people aren't reading anymore. You know what I mean? I remember when talk radio was a big thing, and like with politics and things of that nature, whether it was local or federal government, like, and we are so ill-informed unless it's something that has a right now effect to us. So I agree wholeheartedly with you, Sonny, because it is like, even before this whole Project 25 theory came, like when Reagan was in office, there was like, because like I hear people say they can't believe Trump made it, like he wasn't into politics, neither was Reagan.
That's right.
And there's something to be said when I look at the pathology of presidents that are literally making our government crumble, which I do. Let me be honest. I do believe that it needs to crumble. That's the only way. Like, I don't believe that there is a cure from within. The whole damn infrastructure needs to come down, and be it as it may, be rebuilt with, you know, people that are human beings that recognize and identify not only themselves as human beings, but everyone in this country as a human being. But the fact that we are just so easily distracted by things that are going to always have a major impact on our lives is baffling to me. But I understand, because we're in the matrix. And like,
I honestly don't even think that it's distraction or laziness. I honestly think that there's just no clear direction, and there's no strategy, and people just don't know what to do. Because I can see people already, like when I look at what's happening to Walmart and to Target, I'm just like, okay, people like actually are willing to make the sacrifices and pull out of what needs to be pulled out of. But I just don't think there's enough information about what all we're supposed to be doing that can prolong this or suspend this or counteract this. I really just think it's like a lack of information, and people are saying that they largely are blaming the Dems for that, because they're like, it looks like they don't even really know what the fuck they should really be fucking doing, because some aspects of what's happening is kind of unprecedented, and people are just kind of fucking stomped, and that's a mess right now, because we can't even afford to be scratching our heads. Like, they have a 40-year memo that they have been prepared and have been practicing on other countries. Like, America has destabilized other nations, and now they're destabilizing their own. And so we've been doing these practice runs on other foreign countries for decades now. So, you know, it is at home advantage right now, and it's our turn, and this is total in-house fighting. And I just feel like the people are high-spirited, but the people just don't know what the fuck all to do. If we could just be given some clear direction and some clear instructions, I feel like people are more than ready to like go. Or like, all right, we're going to target this. We need to be doing this, and this. But we're not seeing enough like leadership and galvanizing and a lot of intentionality going into like I was saying last year when Project 2025 was, I was like, where's our Project 2025?
Right.
Where's our memo? Where's our play-by-play? Where's our chapter by chapter? Where was all the preparation for what we were going to do to create the our version of utopia? Like, that hasn't even been fucking done. There's been no real planning, and the left actually brought into the virtue of the right and thought that this was really going to be able to be a healthy marriage. And the right been planning a dictatorship the entire time. They've been planning to seize the estate, to seize the assets. They've been in this marriage with us, pretending to be interested in that bipartisan democracy shit, when it was all about them being numero uno. So
Mhm. For sure. I agree with you. And I do think that it's less of a lazy thing and more of what you're saying. But I also think it is being overwhelmed. I think they were being inundated with so many issues simultaneously that people don't know what thing to attack first. And like you said, there is no plan laid out of how do we even approach this and execute that type of strategy. But I also think on an individual level, it is imperative for all of us to do two things. One, we have to first get comfortable with being uncomfortable. I'm a firm believer that sometimes you got to deal with temporary discomfort for the long-term gain.
Sure.
And I think that it's going to be far more required of us than just boycotting stores and being inconvenienced about where we can shop. I think that we will have to descend into the pits temporarily in order to really shake some shit loose. You know, like it's going to require far more than that. And I think that what it will require will be scary for a lot of people. It's going to require a whole lot of self-reliance, a whole lot of community building. It's going to require resourcefulness of knowing how to get things done without cash resources, getting back to bartering type systems. And most of all, it's going to require the type of fearlessness that our parents, grandparents, and our ancestors showed when it was their turn to step to the plate, of not being afraid to risk your life doing what is necessary for the greater good, because you recognize that a life in chains is a life unlived to begin with. But also, we're gonna have to be unafraid of consequence. And I don't mean being reckless. I mean dismantling our concept of what it is to be a law-abiding citizen. I think that that is what keeps us so contained and in this kind of spellbound place that we're in, is because it's self-governance. Because like I always say, laws are arbitrary. Yeah, there's a whole lot of laws and a whole lot of things you can get caught up about, but nobody's policing you every day. You're policing yourself to stay within those parameters. At any given moment, you can make the decision that these laws are unjust. You are no longer abiding by them. You will not recognize nor uphold anything that is unjust for you, your family, and your fellow man. And we will have to do it as a collective for this to work. And that is going to put us in a position that will be very uncomfortable for a while. But I do believe it's a necessary evil, as they say, for the greater good of society on the whole. And it will be a trickle effect. It won't just be us. This will be liberating for all the places that you just spoke about that we have been experimenting on all this time, about how to accomplish what's happening to us in this nation right now.
Yeah. Rashonda, thoughts?
Hey everybody. Hey Conscious. Hey.
Hey.
Hey, Rashonda.
How y'all doing?
Good, love.
Exhausted.
This is a mess. This is a mess.
Yes.
I tell you. My thoughts is, first of all, the reason why I'm gonna talk about the HBCU'S first. The reason why they had a threat is because Charleston White came down here to Tougaloo, Mississippi, and it started a whole bunch of mess. And he got on the internet talking crazy and different things like that, and it trickled down from there. But I said it once before, and I'm gonna say it again. It's like this: if you have people that have a slave mentality, I'm talking about their mind. it's gonna be kind of hard for people to change their mind. You get me? Because they stuck one way. This is how my grandmama taught me. This is how my mama taught me. If you look at the older people, you know, they don't, you know, this new technology. I know older people, they still have a flip phone. I know y'all remember the flip phone. They don't want to, you know, change over to technology. But I tell them, I tell some of the older people, I said, how you gonna do anything? You know, how you gonna pay your bills and stuff like that if you're not up on technology and stuff like that? Anything. That's the first thing. You know, it's a shame that we as people can't come together. We so busy looking at what people got and what they're doing and not understanding that it's like this affecting us too. You get me? They still don't get it. They still don't see it. Like I told people, you got time to act a fool. You got time to do something positive and productive. Because at the end of the day, your children gonna be affected. Your livelihood gonna be affected. And the crazy part about it, with this man getting ooted, what you mad about it for? Why do you somebody left here? That could have been anybody. You see what I'm saying? And we as people spend so much time on the nonsense that we gonna miss the whole message, and we're gonna end up going, like I said before, we're gonna end up back in slavery. And not only that, they it's gonna be our existence as humans gonna not exist anymore. You know why? I seen something that was so scary, y'all. They got a robot that knows how to braid your hair. Yeah.
They have
So
robots that are actually doing like a whole brain surgeries. Like they have
right. So people
AI.
not paying attention to all of that. And I'm saying if you and then not only that, if something were to ever occur with the White House or whatever, they have robots to take over their job. I seen this myself. So while folks in up here talking crazy, they even got robots that's
Bill
evil.
Gates. Bill Gates already said that AI and robotics will have replaced every human occupation by the end of the decade. Bill Gates came out and said that the progressions and evolutions and quantum leaps that they're taking in AI and tech would have replaced the entire job market with human beings in 10 years. Like this is something that is definitely coming, but I think it begs the question of what do we do to stop it? What do we do to stop it? Because everybody can see what's happening. Nobody knows what to do.
Yeah, it's like conscious. Everybody wants to one up everybody. Everybody wants to do this and that, but stuff is happening in real time. They trying to turn a blind eye to it like it don't exist. And we basically, I'm gonna say this. They want us to be dumb so we can destroy our own selves. I said this once before. Um, because if they take away education, think about what I'm saying. If they take away education, if they take away our rights to vote, if they take a rights to be free, we won't be able to do nothing. You see what I'm saying? We will be
How do we
dumb.
stop? How do we stop it? We know that the fallout is going to be ratchet and terrible, and nobody is going to benefit from what's happening if we don't do something, but nobody knows what the something is. We need the do something manual. What does that actually look like practically what is the pressure? What is the pushback? What is the defense? What is it? Because we can talk about how it's all going to, how the house of cards are going to fall apart play by play. But the bigger question is, what the fuck are we going to do to prevent that from taking place?
I really think
feel
that
like this content. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that honestly, the only solution, especially with that timeline that you're talking about, that Bill Gates definitely did say, we have a very short window to stop this ball from rolling. And I think that the only solution is to laser focus on what matters to them. And the only thing that they care about in all of this is the money. The power is a bonus, it's a caveat, but it is not the goal. And the one thing that we do know about the very elite of the elite, as you said, is that they may have the most, but they contribute the very least. So while they may be planning to, eventually get us all out of the market, make everything be AI driven, robot, performed, there still has to be some level of human activity and production and money being made by us to keep this going. Because what the richest of them do is they do not pay taxes into this system in a meaningful way that can sustain the operation of this nation. And we have to use that to our advantage. And I believe that is us taking this situation by the horns and descending us into what they plan on sending us into anyways, which is the apocalypse. We need to advance the apocalypse now on our own. Get us there faster than what their plan is. Beat them to the punch before they can pull the rug from under our feet. And by doing that, honestly, like what I said earlier, I really think it's going to require some really drastic measures, from no longer, like I said, allowing taxes to be withheld. Hell, quit your job.
Basically, it took a pull out of the matrix.
Yep.
Correct.
Out of the matrix.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say
Like you
this.
said, to collapse it
We
before they do.
That's right. We're going to collapse it ourselves.
Yeah, and see, not only that.
And I want to read it. Hold on. Hold on, Sean. I want to read this quote. Bill Gates predicted in 2025 that advances in AI could significantly reduce the need for human workers in many jobs, including roles in medicine and education within the next 10 years. He envisions AI providing high-quality, personalized healthcare and education at a large scale, potentially freeing people from most tasks. While he sees this as a chance to address major global issues like health disparities and climate change, he also acknowledges concerns about job displacement and the need for society to adapt a world where machines handle much of the motherfucking work. They're going to have machines making machines. They're going to have AI making AI. And something really resonated with me with what Sonny said is that before they get to the ultimate threshold of this shit and before they really get to finish using us to accomplish their doomsday mission, the only way to obliterate it is if we collapse it before they get that leverage, before they cross that ultimate point of threshold where it's too late for us to even do anything. While they still need us, we have to play into that in the most extreme way. That gives us an extreme opportunity, and it gives us a limited opportunity, but it is an opportunity nonetheless. And the key here is temporary suffering for a better future for our children and their children, because that world won't be there if we don't do something. And at this level, what even we're going to have to do is probably fucking unprecedented. Like, it's going to be unique in American history. But yeah, we are the slaves who are going to have to jump the fucking ship. We're going to have to jump off this motherfucker.
Exactly.
Say that.
And not only that, Conscious, I'm gonna tell you this. You notice that they use our color for their benefit. Then they talk about us, then try to do what we do. I've been seeing it time and time again. oh, I would never do that. You know, they'll take a song that we make, and it could be your own song, and they'll take it as their own. What we have to do is keep our own. You get me? Protect ourselves with it, because if they don't understand our color in this country, they need us. Because if our color were to take all of our inventions, all of our creativity, they wouldn't have anything. See, that's the part that they missing. They use us to the point where they use us, throw us away, and then when they need us again, they'll try to get us out the garbage can and dust us off and be like, "Hey, we need you again. Can you come back?" We have to have some sense.
I do think it's even deeper than that, though. Like, I genuinely, when I say apocalyptic, I truly mean we're going to have to descend ourselves into the apocalypse before they can, because it's the only weakness of theirs that we can exploit. Their weakness is greed. They want to stack the money. They don't want to have to spend the money to maintain a nation or to pay into all of these fanciful ideas they have of what corporations should look like and how they want to evolve it, the technology to have less people employed. Because have no doubt in your mind, they are strategic about what they're doing, and they are actively deciding who amongst us is a basically mission essential, like they would say in the military, a mission essential human who is a person worthy of still being here. And in the meantime, while they're making that decision, while they're letting us, take each other out and fight amongst ourselves, they're actively putting money into building prisons overseas. That is for a reason. They plan on subsidizing the income that we're no longer making because we're not employed. They plan on subsidizing that income via prison systems, for-profit prison systems in the nation and outside of it. So before we get to a place where it is mass layoffs, we're already seeing it happen. Ford laying off 10,000. Another company, I can't remember who it was, had 30,000 people they let go all in one go. They are actively doing it right now. And we have to jump in and say, you know what? We know what you're up to, and we're not going for it. So if you want to collapse it, then hit the button. We're going to hit the button for you today. Let's go ahead and make this whole thing implode. Because if we let them get to that finish line, they will have cherry picked who is required to be here in order to keep this thing going. And the rest of us will be outsourced in every way possible to do the labor for free or to be farmed out. Okay, it's going to be the transatlantic slave trade in reverse. They are going to ship us across the ocean the opposite direction to sell us off, to imprison us, and to be doing labor in other places so that other governments are paying them for our existence, for our free imprisoned labor. And the rest of the people that are the ones that were lucky and they got to keep their job, they were never fired, they're not free either. They're here because they are necessary to keep things going, because these people are not doing all this to earn all this money just to spend it. They never have and they never will. They spend our money, and it's time to shut it down.
Sonny, me and you may need to get together and plan a goddamn get them before they get us a tour, and need to go get onto the Breakfast Club and BET and MTV and start literally evangelizing the goddamn solution, because that's going to require, that's going to be a group effort. It's going to be a group effort.
It will.
Group effort.
But Conscious, can I ask y'all something? Do y'all think that they use this as an example to kind of make people stay in line and make sure that they don't do something to tarnish the White House. What I mean by that is, they have gotten away with a lot, and now that it's their own, their own is trying to make an example for others to stay in line. So do you think they use this particular man to as an example? Not for just
you gotta catch the replay. Sonny basically had laid that thing out. Like Charlie Kirk is nothing more than a sacrificial lamb for an agenda to reunite the base, which is falling apart because Donald Trump he didn't do anything he said he would do. He didn't end the war in Gaza. He has not created all this expansive job opportunity. Unemployment is through the fucking roof. Job loss is through the goddamn roof. He did not make everyday life affordable and make groceries affordable. Everything has gone up. He's stripping healthcare. So MAGA is in shambles and have been falling apart. And the Epstein files not being released has been a big jab and stab to the base. So I share the same consensus that Sonny does, that Charlie Kirk was a small bit player in a bigger scheme, and he was a sacrificial lamb for the MAGA base to help reunite them, which seemingly is happening because now everybody is having this emotional response and everybody is trauma bonding over the loss of Charlie Kirk, and there's really no more conversations about the Epstein files, and everybody kind of forgot what they were mad at now that they have reminded their base of who the real enemy is. So now the focus is on getting the lid back on Democrats and MAGA holding on to each other in this fake ass fucking made up ass war with themselves and with everybody else who doesn't agree with their foolishness. And I've already known that MAGA would eat its own, so I'm sure that more sacrificial lambs will be laid to rest in order to hold this shit together until they don't need MAGA, because we all know that Trump don't give a fuck about MAGA either. Like Sonny is saying, all of it is shallow, superficial. Everybody is fucking disposable. This is not even about Donald Trump protecting whiteness. Donald Trump don't even give a fuck about white people. He only gives a fuck about literally the elite. So that's why white people are getting ate up in all of this as well. And 17 million of their motherfucking asses are going to be on their asses too. So, this is going to be an interesting trickle-down effect, but we got to do something. And this conversation around collapsing the system, what that would look like, is definitely a solution amongst what could be many. But right now, we brought some formality to what could be entertained as a solution. And I think we need to explore that and explore it rather effectively and quickly, and explore everything else that needs to be fucking explored in terms of alternatives to stopping Thanos and his cohorts from collecting the last few Infinity Stones, because we're in a time crunch and everything that matters right now. Like, we have to kind of like do something, and we have to do something immediately. Like, I don't even have time to whine. I don't even give a fuck about how I feel. I want to do something, and I'm ready to do something. And if there can be a fucking do something put on the table, then yeah, let's do something. They told us to boycott. We've been fucking boycotting. What else? how else are we going to collapse the fucking system? What do we need to pull out of? I think that's a viable conversation. And, you know, I don't know why all of these hoteps and all of these people who always posture themselves as leaders, even our Black pastors and all about prominent folk, like, I don't know why there's just not a galvanizing. Like, I don't know why there's not massive Democratic town halls and virtual town halls going on right now, and why leadership isn't really galvanizing and coming together like we're doing right now on the panel. Why the fuck are all these people in, you know, who have influence and authority and have reach and have access not coming together? Because we all know we're in danger, and they're all saying we're in danger, and they're all in danger. And so I just am concerned about the lack of urgency here. And I mean, maybe nobody does know quite what the fuck to do, but obviously getting to that probably involves at least first coming to fuck together to brainstorm it through and to open up the conversation in rooms with people who can make shit happen, and then trickling that out to the base. But I'm just I you know, like every podcast, every person that I watch, all of the political pundits, etc., it's like, you know, everybody's reacting, everybody's reporting on everything that's happening every day, but it's just like, bitch, what are we to do? And the sad part about it is even those people are like, what are we going to do? Like, what are we going to do? Like, you know, everybody's using the language. The DMs need to step it up. They'll be to step it up. But that's not an exact step up. What? Do what exactly? Do what? Do what? What does stepping up look like? Put fucking language to stepping up. Put language to do something. Do what? I mean, you know, at the very least, I could say about Jamal Bryant has at least like came up with a do something. You know, he's leading the march on all the boycotts. You know, who we need to be chronologically boycotting. Great start. At least somebody has something precise that can be done. We had a whole 8-hour panel yesterday. People were saying, look, vote locally. People, you know, for those who believe in voting, maybe if you were discouraged, maybe if you just never have voted before, you do believe in the idea and the concept of voting, well, baby, it probably would be time to get off your ass and to effectively do something. Like, everybody's going to have to fucking do something and do what's in their reach to do, because this is not going away. And just like those little Catholic schoolgirls who got shot up doing prayer is not going to help us either. We're going to have to fucking do something. When God told Moses not to look to heaven, but to teach his motherfucking people how to motherfucking swing and bang on the motherfucking hoes, pick up your sword, nigga, and teach your people mutual combat. This is the part where we do something.
For real.
Boots to the ground, and if need be, boots to the ass.
It's like what Sonny was saying earlier about being uncomfortable. People need to prepare themselves. Not just prepare themselves, people need to start making the sacrifices. Like, just getting back, because, you know, every time we have these conversations, it always comes back to the simplicity of life, what we need versus what we want. And I think that people have gotten so attached to the convenience of the new way of doing things, which I don't think there's, like, yes, we should be evolved, but we need to devolve as well. We need to get back to the basics. You know, the talking points of even, like, you know, withholding your taxes, even to the extent of if you have to quit your job, you know, if they try to force you to pay taxes or whatever the case may be, like, and getting back to, you know, doing the old, implementing the old model way and things of that nature. People don't, I can just tell that people aren't ready to do that. And they need to.
I don't really know if they're not, because it's not even really on the table for people to even like respond to. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're not, because a part of what it's going to take to pull back is they're going to have to be a great deal of confidence in community, because community are going to have to come through. If people are not going to work, if people are not going to pay their rent, because people are going to be on their ass, people are going to face eviction, people have children, people have families, people have to lose, people have their materiality to lose. So if people are going to have to make some real sacrifices, what's going to have to really supplement that and cushion that is the idea of fucking community. And because community is not there, we are literally in the diaspora of it all. We are divided and split up into different directions. We are the farthest from a monolith at this fucking point. And so I think if community was there, and once again, this is all about, right, the organizing of it all. We're not organizing it. The organization has not been there. The Dems and liberals alike have also felt the fucking people, because we should have been better prepared for what is taking place, because these people were prepared. Like Sonny said, this has been in the works for 4 decades now, and white people have always done a great job at not really adhering to popular culture anyway, and still being very hands-on in the way they're developing their children in terms of hunting, in terms of self-sufficiency, in terms of living off of the earth, etc. These are things that that the rest of us have fucking lacked in the way we've been cultivating and the way that we've been developing our communities and our neighborhoods and our children. Like, we are so largely unprepared at a time where, once again, everybody's using the word war. We're at fucking war and have no survival skills ultimately, and we don't have a plan, we don't have a vision, we don't have our own version of Project 2025. There's just a lot of shit we don't motherfucking have, and we are at the juncture in which we need to fucking do something. And I am going to be driven crazy if I have to just talk about this shit without any real answers, because I can't tax my brain this way. But between voting, which we came up with yesterday, and voting locally, and getting people out of office and determining how long people can be in, yes, like we got to do all that. And in terms of today, like Sonny said, pulling out of taxes, we have to talk about more practical ways in which we can crash the system, pull out of this fucking system. We can get ahead of all of this, whatever it is. Like, we literally just have to hammer away at solutions. I don't want to keep emotionally reacting. I want to have productive, solution-oriented conversation, because once again, that Project 2025 memo is 70+% complete. So by the end of this year, we can kiss the idea of democracy probably totally get fucking by. It only took them 9 months to complete 70% of Project 2025, a 1,000-page memo. 1,000-page memo that took 40 years. They done complete 70% of it in just 9 fucking months. My God, so these people are whipping fucking ass. They're aggressive. They don't give a fuck. And they're willing to die for it. Those motherfuckers scaled walls, ran into buildings. They put blood in the land. They lost one of their own. These people are just willing. They're willing. They're willing. Legislatively, politically, literally, physically, those motherfuckers are ready and been ready. And that's why they're tearing this shit up, and they're miles ahead down the road from the rest of us. We got to get with it. We got to get off our asses. We got to apply a pressure to whomever we're deeming as people with resources, people who are in particular positions, Y'all need to call upon our motherfucking what's the man name? Our fucking Farrakhan's, our Sharptons, our Ben Carsons, our Jasmine Crockett's, like all these motherfucking people need to be banding together every motherfucking day in churches and basements and fucking drawing and mapping shit out military style. Like, I don't know what the fuck. Like somebody said, I don't know who said it earlier, but it might have been Rumors who said it, but it does seem like people are just, I don't know, what, like a deer in headlights. Like there's this like there's a sense of calm while there's an entire storm that's taking place.
I just told you, Conscious, they want to be stuck on.
I'm just not sensing the urgency. I'm not sensing the priority. You know, a month or two ago, when the Dems were showing their asses in town halls and getting arrested and getting put out, okay, well, maybe you're like, okay, like we got action, we got movement, like motherfuckers, it's like going balls to the wall, like this is what we need. But then, like, these are only like isolated incidences. This is not like the overall momentum of the people. This is not like the overall momentum of the party, and that's what it really needs to be.
You know, I've said, you know, because I'm running out of grace. But, you know, my humanity is like, you know, allow some grace. Like, maybe they're like behind, you know, in their own little back doors and corners, you know, fighting this out amongst themselves and trying to figure out some solutions. But like you're saying with the urgency part, like, I feel like at this point, you need to include the people. Because they can't do it without us. The reality is that anytime there's been an uprising, a successful uprising, it required, you know, the lower class citizens.
I mean, of course, but they have but we have to create the thing to do in order to take advantage of everybody on the board. We don't know. Like, we don't even have a plan. Like, we don't even have.
No, but that's what I'm saying, Conscious. Like, if let's say they don't have a plan, like clearly they don't have a plan. They haven't presented anything to us, right? But let's say they're just, you know, trying to find solutions. You know what I mean? You know, something they feel will be actually effective in the overall and long run, right? That's what you have the people for. If you can't come up with some theories, some, you know what I mean, some ideas, listen to the people, because we're the ones that hold the power. Not only are we the ones that ultimately, I know it seems like we don't have the power, and I feel like the only reason why we don't have it is because we haven't come together. But in totality, we are the ones that have the power, because we have the numbers. And all of the things that we need, if we're allowed to be a part of the conversation. But see, this is where it becomes, okay, like collectively, you know, I'm big on being a collective, but I also understand when individualism comes in as well, because we should be, in my opinion, I don't know, I believe like you try everything until something works, right? There should be more of an outcry from every community that's affected. But speaking specifically to my people, that we should be using social media more to like throw stuff out there and suggest. And it's just like we have
everything fucking wrong. The Black community is sitting here having a fucking field day, minding our Black business instead of taking advantage of the opportunity of all of these other minority communities who are already getting got, because there's major opportunity in that despair. There's major opportunity to mobilize and to convert and to, you know, allow the enemy of your enemy to temporarily be your friend for fucking now, because there is mutual gain in the together. But instead of doing that, we're minding our Black business and eating our popcorn as if we're not on Titanic too. We're on the same fucking boat. They're like all on. We might be on different ends of the motherfucking boat, but if the boat is fucking sinking, then both ends are going to end up under eventually, no matter who's going to fuck first. And I just feel like we're doing everything wrong. Like we're just like delusional right now, and we are just in feelings that are just counterproductive. And to people's point, we're at fucking war, for God's sakes. We're at war, bitch. This is not playtime. And we're playing.
I made a post saying exactly something, well, not those exact words, but basically those sentiments, expressing them. And I urge people to understand that you are next in line. So yes, you know, it's time to, I understood when he first got in office and things of that nature, sit back and like, you know what I'm saying, this is not your fight. But at some point, you have to be prepared because you're next in line. And this is, I agree wholeheartedly, this is a time for us because for every group that is being affected right now, every group, guess what? They have now come to the reality that we were never a part of, you know what I mean? Like, we were never safe. So they are ripened right now for allyship with us so that, you know what I mean, they can get the support that they need. And guess what? In us doing that, we're giving ourselves support. You understand? And that's what I feel like they're not paying attention to. The domino effect.
Other communities are literally like, we're black people. And I'm just like, and black people talking about minding our black business. I'm like, oh girl, well, we are really fucked here. We are, but we have no situational awareness. Be fucked at all. We're like, we are now officially the group. We're like the white people in the scary movie going toward the noise.
Right.
Like headed toward the killer. Like that's now us. Like we're playing the dumbass role. And I feel like I'm looking and existing in this fucking scary movie. And for the first time, like we get to be the people that we're like screaming at in the movie, like, oh, what? Like that's all I'm doing every day. It's like, what? Huh? Why are you going there, Susie? Why are you over there, John? No, bitch, you're supposed to be here. Like I'm losing it. I am fucking losing it.
But I'm gonna give a little twist to that though. Like I think you're right, and that we've lost the plot a little bit. But I do feel like part of it is burnout because we've been screaming this to the top of our lungs all this time. Burnout in that
we're going to be exterminated out if we don't get over burnout.
No, I agree with you 100%. What I'm saying is, I think that Black folks have lost the plot in that because we have been saying this is what's happening and this is where it's headed for so long, and then it was finally at the front door knocking, and we're like, y'all don't hear that knock, and nobody wanted to believe us. They voted against their own self-interest. A lot of things have happened back to back, and I think that in a measured way, we have made the wrong decision about stepping back and just letting it fall to pieces. But like you said, while we're minding our black ass business, I think.
Let me tell you something, Sonny. I get what's happening emotionally, but baby, I ain't never been burnt out enough to fucking die.
I'm with you.
Are at a critical juncture that should be getting us up off our ass, no matter how fucking you ever like. Yeah, you think you done came home from a hard day of work and you're burnt out and tired until you see a 18-wheeler headed in your fucking direction, and all that tiredness is going to turn into fucking adrenaline. That adrenaline is going to move your motherfucking ass out of the way. I feel like this is the part where it's like, I don't care how tired we are. Why is
but I think you're pointing out the cognitive dissonance.
Adrenaline is replacing my exhaustion.
I'm the same way, and I think that you're pointing out cognitive dissonance with Black people that's happening because that is exactly where we should be. We should be having full adrenaline, and I think somehow, for whatever reason, because the arrows are aimed at us, but seem to be picking everybody else off around us, we seem to think that we have time, and we don't. And so, like you said, everybody's talking about minding my black ass business, minding my black business. I think we should, in a way, mind our black business, but not the way we're doing it. We should be minding our black business while organizing our black business with each other and doing it temporarily in a gatekeeping way. It should be something that we're doing in private amongst ourselves and creating a plan. And I think that the necessity of the private,
helping them, we have to see it as we helping ourselves
there
by
you go.
utilizing them, because there's mutuality here. I think because we keep seeing it as, oh, we're helping them. No, bitch, we're helping ourselves. Like
There you
just
go. Right. And I think it's a requirement to see it that way, and not just see it that way and move in that type of way, but we need to do it because the restructuring, because we have to remember that the dissension, or at least what I feel like the plan should be of completely imploding this thing ourselves. That's not the end of the story. After we blow it up, we have to rebuild, and reconstruction is going to require us as the black people to be at the forefront of that movement, because we cannot sit back and allow reconstruction to occur to build it the way that we just tore it down from. And the only way that we're going to ensure that our needs, our safety, and that equality is genuinely a building block of this nation is if we lead the charge on how we are restructured. And I think that's what we should be doing as black people. While we are watching everybody else spinning their wheels, we should be having constant meetups, constant conversations, like you said, a panel where we are hashing this out amongst ourselves and genuinely writing out how this is going to go down when we set it off and what the steps are afterwards, all the way through. How do we plan on rebuilding once we have torn it down? And how do we know that we tore it down enough to begin the rebuild? You know, did we get down to the foundation, or are we going to dig it up to the ground and literally, you know, claim the land, you know? And my whole idea, I did want to say, the concept of what I'm talking about when I say setting ourselves separate as a society from the government is not completely unfounded or a new concept, because it accidentally happened during the Depression. And the best example I can tell people to use to really educate yourself on this is looking at what happened with Cadillac and how racism, or abandoning racism, saved Cadillac, because they were literally going out of business. They were about to shut down, and black people are who saved that organization. And we were able to do that because Cadillac was wondering why there were certain pockets in the US that were still purchasing Cadillacs when nobody else could afford it during the Depression. Because at the time, we weren't even allowed to purchase the vehicle on our own. We had to trust a white person to take this money and go purchase us a car in cash and bring it back to us. So Cadillac wanted to know, where is this money coming from? Because white folks are not buying cars right now. And they figured out it was black people. And so they had to investigate, why do black people have money right now? And it was for the very reason of what I'm talking about. We had money at that time because against our will, we were trapped outside of the system. They had just started giving, you know, as they always call it now, government, what's the word they always try to use in a derogatory way? Basically social programs. But we were not allowed to have that. We were not a part of the housing. We weren't a part of the food stamps. It was not meant for us at that time. It was actually specifically created for white women who were having to hold it down on their own because their husbands were in war.
And they still are the ones who are largely benefiting from government assistance.
Correct. But because we didn't have the option to participate in it, and we had never had the option to participate, we were holding money to the side. So when nobody had money, we did.
And that's what Charlie Kirk meant when he was saying we was doing better. But the way he answered that, he tried to frame it as if it was because white people were better, when it was, to your point, it was just that we had to create the table as a result of not being at the table and being kept out of the bubble. That accidentally, like you said, that inadvertently created sustainability and independence on us. And that goes back to my conversation yesterday when I was talking about, even with you now, talking about pulling out of the system. That's what I was talking about on yesterday, where we have become complacent because their system, they got smart enough in their system to realize to keep us from building our own, they had to give us a piece of their shit in order to create dependency and comfortability and to distract us from our full potential and our full actualization. And now that we've been breadcrumbing and feeding from their table, we have forgotten about our own. And now trying to psychologically get us out of their matrix and off of their titty so that we can fully liberate ourselves. We're having to now work backwards and through all these extra layers of complications, like the psychological component of the dependency that we have in their quote unquote non-segregated, we see no color ass world, which is all shit and fake. And it's just been us eating scraps from Master's table the entire fucking time.
That's right. That's right. It's a
see,
fact.
Conscious,
And we're
that's
going to
what
have
I
to
was trying
unwind
to
the
tell
religious
you.
part of it too.
We vote in their system and buy into their system. All it is equivalent to is us seeking better treatment from Master rather than having no Master at all.
There you go. And we got to
then not
unwind
only
it.
that,
And we got
y'all.
to unwind the religion too. That is another thing that is holding us. It is allowing us to be in a place of docility when we should not be. And we are confusing the Bible and the doctrine that we've been taught as Black people. Because I'm speaking, when I speak, I'm talking about Black folks on the whole. Because what we do and how we survive is going to affect the survival of everybody else. It always has. But we got to get out of that mindset. It's not just unwinding how we have bought into this matrix and into the concept of equality and being a part of the system when we were just getting scraps, but we also are clinging to religion in a way that is to our detriment. And we have confused the word, and we think that God is rewarding us for being a docile people and turning the cheek. But I'm pretty sure we ran out of cheeks a long time ago, including butt cheeks. So, you know, it's nothing else to turn. At this point, you're going to have to, if you are basing how you are handling this and the fact that you think that God will intercede on your behalf and handle it, if you're basing how you're moving right now off of your faith, I'm sorry to tell you, but you are sorely mistaken. And you're mistaken in that your effort is not required. I need you to get into the word and know God for yourself, to understand and have discernment about what is really being told to you in that word. Because that is not how this is going to play out, nor will it be rewarded on earth or in heaven for you to be docile in this moment. It is going to require some righteous fire from you to get this done, from all of us. And while we're unwinding that and the other things that I said we're going to have to get over, like being uncomfortable, we also need to make peace with the fact that some of the people that look like us, and I don't just mean the ones that we call skin folk and not kinfolk, but I mean the ones that we believe are kinfolk. Some of them we're going to have to leave behind. Everybody is not going to make it through this process, nor will they be, or should they be, involved in the planning of it purely for sabotage reasons. And I want to tie in a little bit of social, society into this as well, because it's not just political. The social ramifications are also important, and the current temperature of society is important amongst Black people as well. If you think that this whole manosphere and red pill and how Black men are buying into it at the moment is not also a pivotal part of making all of this work, you are missing the plot. It is imperative for them to have this mindset. And I'm telling you now, I don't care if it's your husband, your brother, your son, you're gonna have to make peace with letting them niggas stay behind. And it's gonna be a whole lot of women, Black women that's gonna get left behind too, because this is not the time for us to have to hash that type of shit out when we got this type of work to do. You either on this bus and with it, or you're going to get left behind. And I mean that on some Harriet Tubman type time.
I was just going to say, I was like, I'm in Harriet Tubman mode, baby. It's all about whoever wants to go can go. And that's my only focus is getting the fuck out. I ain't even concerned about who the hell want to be stuck in the house. Because it's time for some real structure and some real focus. And yes, this isn't going to be pretty. No revolution and change is, and all people never go. And we got to be prepared for that. And we do have to cross those emotional and psychological hurdles, because if we don't do something quick, none of us aren't going to fucking make it across, get along all of us. So
exactly.
And y'all gonna have to get used to doing it all at once. This ain't a one at a time damn thing. You gonna have to unwind your religious issues, work on being okay with leaving niggas behind, getting to the job of what we got to do,
consistent.
and all at the same damn time. This is not a one issue at a time thing, and everybody better get with it.
I'm going to create a Discord so that we can have more raunchy, honest, raw versions of these type of conversations. So I'll probably have a Discord set up, probably honestly by like before the weekend comes to an end. I'll probably work on creating it tomorrow, or today technically, or over the weekend. I got to get out of here. I'm tired as fuck. I'm emotionally cooked. And
yeah, I wanted to say good night and good morning.
Yes, this was good stuff, you guys. This was amazing stuff. Sunny, thank you for some practical solutions. I want to explore that more. I know that we follow each other on Instagram and stuff, so I'm going to be keeping in contact with you. I also would like us to take these conversations once we all kind of flatten the conversation a little bit more and fill it in more. I would love for us to we obviously going to have to present our findings and our pathway and solutions to people who have even higher visibility than us, since this is a numbers game. This is a quantity game. Obviously, enough of us have to be on the same accord and be doing the same thing for it to actually impact the system. So this is not about a little small cottage of people who would be able to effectively do this. So we would need to find a way to market the fuck out of this message and to get some reach and some leverage and some jetpacks behind our messaging. But I like the fact that we have things to work with. So I'll be contacting you, Sunny, for that Discord conversation. Conscious Crew, I'll let y'all know when the Discord is complete so we can, so y'all can galvanize over there. I think Discord is all day, every fucking day. People can be in there and be in various fucking rooms and all type of shit. So it's a cool space. But thank you for that, son. I actually feel better. I'm so glad that you came up and said everything that you said. I completely agree with this being an inside fucking job. It makes all the bit of sense. And there are things that we can actually do to trip these hoes up. And we just bring more minds to the table and explore that conversation. So thank you, boo.
Of course, love. And it's always good to see you. Thank you for having me up here. And you always look beautifully handsome. I live for it.
Baby. Thank you, baby. And thank you for being up here. Rashawn, it's always good to hear from you, boo. I'm going to keep you updated on the Discord as well. So, the Conscious Crew will always be available, because them Discords, they operate like a fucking 7-Eleven, honey. People always fucking hanging out. So I know the Discord is going to be very interesting and a very intense place, but we got to work, y'all. We have to work, and it's going to take all of us. And look, all of y'all who be in the comment section too, baby, I'm going to need y'all to come up out of hide. I'm going to need y'all to actually speak, okay? If y'all don't want to speak on YouTube, hopefully when I create this Discord, a lot of y'all who are chatters in the chat will be more comfortable speaking in the Discord. But we need the dialogue, and we really need the fucking input, and we need a fucking effective plan of action, man, because we're being eclipsed right now, and this shit is not funny. It's not a joke. People are losing their fucking lives. People are being politically fucking assassinated, and it's going to happen on both fucking sides. And if we're talking about a civil war, and we're talking about martial law, and we're talking about ultimately the streets not being safe for any of us, like, we have to get in front of this, and we have to do something to mitigate this for ourselves. So I love you all, and I will keep you all posted. I appreciate you all. And you guys stay subscribed, thumbs up, share if you enjoyed the show tonight. And if you have any ideas, etc., or any news stories, follow me on Instagram at Consciouztv, and email me at consciouztv@gmail.com. And my brain is fried, y'all. And all the things, y'all, okay? Donate to the platform. Hold good jazz, y'all. Y'all pray, and think. Pray, think, and do, and then do, pray, and think some more. Okay? But do ain't gonna have to be behind everything that we motherfucking do, y'all. For shizzle. All right, y'all. I gotta go. Peace. Bye. Good night. Happy Friday. TGIF.